morning. We're going to go ahead and begin. And let me welcome everyone. Mr. Knapp, if you would please call roll.
Of course. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Finance Committee. Commissioner Brazil. Here. Chair Yule.
Here.
Commissioner Nieto.
I'm here and I am a little disappointed that we don't have the big crowds this morning.
And Commissioner Woolry is absent.
All right, so I'd like to first and foremost introduce the Executive Director, Manny Alvarez.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to move to public comment. And despite the small numbers, I'm sure there is a large number of people who would like to address this august body. This is the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items of the finance agenda pursuant to commission policy. The chair will manage the public comment section, and we would allow up to 15 minutes for each individual to speak should they desire on items related to the agenda. And if members of the public who wish to speak are asked to, we're asking that you limit your time to no more than 5 minutes. All right, so this is a short agenda, and I would like to go ahead by asking for a motion for approval of the action summary minutes. Transcript.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was gonna let you go first. I'll go second.
I move.
I second.
Okay, I apologize. Before you do that, were there any members of the public who would like to speak? I apologize for omitting that. Hearing none, now we'll retake that vote.
I move to accept the action summary.
Second, Brazil.
There a motion to approve the minutes from June 8th, 2023?
I'll move those.
And I'll second Nieto.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I will abstain because I wasn't here at that meeting, and I do apologize for that. We'll move right on to the first item, budgets. And I'd like to call on Bureau Chief Smith to come up and
Commissioner Yule, Finance Committee members. I'm just going to go over the expenditures a little bit. Here on the screen, you'll see the expenditures, including the state penalty fund and the general fund, where we have our budget is 164 million. So far, we've expensed 62 million with a balance of 42 million. This is as of May 23rd. So I'm sure since then we've received quite a few invoices also because we're closing in on the end of the fiscal year. And then this is the breakdown of the different appropriations for the state penalty fund. Of the 46 million, we've expensed a little over 30 million. General fund, of the 96 million, we've so far expensed 31 million, again, as of May 23rd. And the contract expenditures so far this year. Does anybody have any questions regarding any of the expenditures? And this is what we so far paid out for training reimbursement requests. So this is the peace officer training. Okay, I didn't include in my slide that there is a voting item. We're going to increase, or we're putting through the supervisory course. There's an agenda item. Increasing the supervisory course by $586,000. There's attachment on the agenda online. Showing for the supervisory course, we asked in March for 1.3 million and we're increasing it by 568,000.
Is that because of demand?
I think it's because we had a presenter that wasn't on the March. We left off South Bay, and so we're adding South Bay back to it. They're requesting 568,000 to put on the course.
May, Mr. Chair, in terms of the supervisor course, if you all recall, there was some discussion in March. We pulled South Bay from the agenda just based on their costs for the supervisor course. We've had some discussions with them about the costs associated with delivering that course. They've reduced some of those costs. It's still significant. It is the highest dollar item, or it is the most expensive supervisor course that we have to deliver. They deliver it in Monterey, and they deliver it in the Milpitas area. They deliver 8 courses. We've asked them, to obviously there's some expenditures that we feel that they can reduce, and we're hoping that they'll be able to reduce them. For example, if they put on the course in Milpitas, they have tons of instructors in the South Bay area. We've asked them, don't bring an instructor in from San Diego that we now have to put up in a hotel when you have instructors in San Jose that can drive over to Milpitas to put on the course. Some of their challenges are they don't have the facilities to put on the training in San Jose for the Milpitas side of the house. So they have to go out to a hotel. So that costs money to reserve a room. And then as part of the supervisor course, there's scenarios that are required to be conducted. So they have to have breakout rooms, which then increase the costs. So it is an expensive course. They have reduced some of the costs, but it's still pricey, and we're going to continue to work with them. We've mentioned this to the chair and to the chair of the commission that we'll continue to work with them on reducing their expenditures. The other part of it is there's approximately $160,000 built into that for workshops to redo the supervisor course. It's not something we do every year. It's every 5-6 years. Periodically, it's a redo. Since they present most of the supervisor courses across the state, the contract is with them to redo the course. It may not require 4 workshops. It may not require the full 160,000. As we've articulated to them, some of the challenges for us, aside from the cost, is we have to encumber that money. And if they don't use it, and we can't use it either for other things that are necessary. So we're trying our best to kind of work through all those things, but we do expect it to hopefully be less than the $560,000 and that we can use it for other training opportunities. But that's what's going on with the supervisor course. And I suspect it might come up at the commission meeting as well. And if I may add one more thing, we did also look at the rosters to make sure that, that people that they're, if it's in Monterey, that people are, that it's primarily facilitating the folks in the Monterey area. So it's not people traveling back and forth all over the state to increase our costs. And it is in line in that regard. So they have done a good job in that way. They're not taking people from San Jose, sending them to Monterey, and then people from Monterey sending them to Milpitas. So hopefully they're doing their due diligence, and we'll continue to do ours in terms of supervisor course.
Anyway, when we look at that, do we also look at other, not just that course, but the required courses to see where people are sending them from? So in other words, are we, in addition to looking at San Jose going to Monterey versus Milpitas, are we looking at Sacramento sending folks to Monterey versus Sacramento, or do we look at it holistically, or are we just focused on that core area?
No, we do it holistically. What we do look at that, but one of the other complexities to it is there's a 1-year requirement to go to the supervisor course. So if there's a supervisor, let's hypothetically say a new sergeant from San Jose PD, and they're coming up on the 1-year deadline, the Milpitas course isn't offered for another 6 months, but there's one in Monterey. Then they go to the Monterey course. So we do see some of that as well, just by necessity to be compliant with the regs.
Yeah, not that I've heard of anybody deliberately waiting so they get a trip to Monterey. I've never heard of
Monterey.
that from Sacramento before, but
Right, exactly.
particularly certain times of year where golfing is better than others.
Yes.
But it does happen, but
It
it's good.
does.
It's good that we look at it and
Mhm.
notify people and say, listen, you need to pay attention to that
Right.
because sometimes it just looks bad.
Right.
Even if it's not intended to look bad, it just looks bad.
Right. And I think the departments also, obviously, they hopefully do a good job because in that regard, because it's, labor hours for somebody to travel. They've got to pay for those hours when it may be just down the street. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and Manny, I do agree with you, looking at it as a law enforcement leader. I know with our folks, we try to keep them local because it's taken away from your workforce when they're traveling. But like I said before, there is a need in the Central Coast, South Bay. I know they're working on it. Like to see a little reduction. Hopefully, they are building new hotels and stuff and more meeting rooms. Maybe that will help bring down the prices in some of the areas. I know people want to go to Monterey itself, but you could go to Marina, and the cost is a lot lower, and you're right there. But let's not take away Monterey tax dollars. We need it, so keep coming to Monterey.
Yeah, and I don't want to belabor the point, but one of the other issues that plagues South Bay and some of the other presenters is that some of their instructors, they have to pay their instructors. We're a department. We have contracts with departments, and they just basically absorb the cost by having their staff serve as the instructor. So we don't get billed for that time, and the instructor costs add, significant portion of the expenditure. So.
And,
So
and one
hey.
thing, Manny, I did want to add, they did come out with the study, and actually Salinas, Monterey area is one of the highest places to live in the entire world, they're finding. So surprising, yes, unless you live there.
Well, are there any questions of Bureau Chief? I would ask that you perhaps share with us where we are. I mean, with respect to the expenditures, we're on track within
Yep.
your projection.
Yep, so we're on track. We're looking good for this year. And for next year's budget, it looks like it's the same. We're not seeing any cuts so far.
If I may add also to what Cheryl's saying in terms of, we kind of break it up into 3 buckets of money. So in terms of local assistance, we're spending more than we've spent in the last few years. We're getting close to being right where we want to be in the target of the $34 million that we're allocating for local assistance. So we're going to be close to that one for the first time in several years, which is great. Which also is significant in that we've been at 34 million now for 4 years now, I believe. Historically, we were at 14 million for local assistance. So that the fact that we're able to get that money out is great. We've had some discussions about, changing. Well, let me back up. The other bucket is training, and that's the contracts, the supervisor course, the SLI, command college. We also are projecting that we're going to be very close to spending all of that money as well, which, ranges between 25 and 30 million. Again, we've been, honored and privileged to have that amount of money because historically we were at 13, 14 million. So we've got a good training budget. That money by the end of the year will likely all be spent, as we've articulated to Commissioner Ewell or to Chair Ewell. The challenge for us is they can bill us over the course of 3 years. So they can bill, the state rules allow us to continue to be billed for 3 years after the end of the fiscal year. So sometimes it's hard to project. So you see these big balances still, but we will, be close to zero in those two. In terms of training, we've had a lot of discussion about bumping up the reimbursement numbers for some of the delivery of the training. And based on the state budget, although it is necessary, we've decided to kind of hold back. I think Cheryl and her team have already projected some of those numbers to bump up, but we just don't think it's the right time with what the state is going through. So to give you an idea, a simple example, in our regulation for the delivery of training. Clerical hours are reimbursed at $15 an hour, which, as we know, is, I believe, under minimum wage or and good luck getting somebody for $15 an hour in Pacific Grove or Monterey. Just doesn't happen. But at the same time, it's not that we're required to reimburse the full amount either. So we've decided to hold off on that. Our savings, which we will have some savings, which we will return to the state. We're projecting just over $20 million of our $116 million or $106 million budget, $105 million number is all from salary savings. We still have significant understaffing, primarily with the peace officer certification side of the house. So we will return a lot of those monies back to the state. It's all general fund money, which they're happy to get back. So we should be good for this year. Next fiscal year appears to be kind of the same. We have the same budget that's projected. Obviously, the next few days and the rest of this week are key. One of the things that that will potentially impact us, like other states or other state departments, is there is a the governor in the May revise indicated that most state agencies, it said most, not all, would take a 7.95% operating budget cut, which really would come from our staffing, our copy paper, the air conditioning for this room and such. That has not been taken away from what we've seen with all the other state departments. It's not built into the budgets, but we may take a hit in that regard, which would really amount to, for us to, potentially, multiple, $5 million, let's say, of our money. Hopefully we could still absorb that because of our staffing, but that remains to be seen. So overall, I think we're in good shape.
Oh, Cheryl, did you need a motion for the 586,000 increase?
Question first.
I think that for this, it's if you guys have comments and it goes to commission for approval.
I had a question, sir.
Yeah, it's kind of a comment. And you and I were talking about it beforehand on the history of posts with the Capitol and legislators and the fact that we're not being cut with a lot of, in the middle of a budget crisis with all the other agencies getting their vacancies swept and the cuts off the general fund and everything else is a compliment to you and your staff and the agencies that are using the money appropriately and doing the right thing in the field. And I got to give them credit too, because if this had been 10 years ago, we'd have a completely different conversation right now about what are we going to do with when we get our vacancies cut and demolished. So kudos to the staff and to you, Manny, for your leadership, because it really would have been a crisis years ago without the folks that are here in this room and the agencies actually doing the right thing on the field side of it. So that doesn't get lost on me that everyone else is cutting and the fact that we're being made, we're at least at this point in time, still a whole, even though we've got vacancies. So kudos to everybody.
I certainly want to echo those comments because I've had the privilege of meeting with Cheryl and with Manny to talk about the budgets, and I'm still, although I'm still amazed that people, have 3 years to submit invoices and wonder how that allows you to keep track of funds and your budgeting. Yet they still do it and they do it well. And I was anticipating that you'd have a much larger hit with the state budget, and yet, fortunately with the vacancies, you were able to absorb that. So I think the combination of those things and the credibility that Post has created with legislators have kept them in good stead. So congrats. Okay. Are there any other questions of the Bureau Chief? Is there a motion to approve the finance reports?
Nieto moves.
Second, Brazil.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'm making sure I go right down this because I have the council next to me. All right. I'm assuming that there is no old business as we move into old business, and there is no new business. So We should just, a reminder for upcoming committee meetings will be held September 20th in Pasadena, November 21st here at Post Headquarters. And I spoken to the two of them. I know it's not an item on the agenda, but just to verbally state that we have been discussing converting this committee to a committee of the whole and just meeting within the commission. I mean, there are lots of pluses to doing so. So if you have any concerns, please let me know. This concludes the agenda for today's meeting. And is there anything else from the committee members you'd like to mention? Nothing. I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
A second.
Moved and seconded. No objections. We are adjourned. Thank you. Wait.
you for being here. We're starting almost on time. It's 10:04. And we've got a lot to do today and a lot of people trying to make plans mid-afternoon, so we will try to act expeditiously as possible this morning. By the way, there will be some post photographers, I think, going through the room taking pictures for social media. If you are concerned yours may end up on eBay or something because they're great value, be sure you let them know and they won't take pictures of you. Let's stand for the presentation of the colors by the Placer County Sheriff's Office Honor Guard. Please remain standing as Commissioner Barcelona leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation.
Now, please join together in a moment of silence to honor the officers who have died in the line of duty since our last meeting. Deputy Alfredo Freddy Flores of the LA County Sheriff's Department, end of watch, April 20th, 2024. Thank you. And a thanks to the Placer County Sheriff's Department's Honor Guard. Thank you very much. Please be seated. We now have the privilege of welcoming Placer County Sheriff Wayne Wu and Sierra College President and Superintendent William Duncan, who will join us and provide opening remarks. Gentlemen, Sheriff Wu began his law enforcement career in 1990 with the Lake County Sheriff's Office and joined the Placer County Sheriff's Office in 1994. Sheriff Wu rose through the ranks, served in many units, including investigations, where he worked as a detective in property crimes and special investigations, rising to sergeant in the Special Operations Unit. He also served for over 18 years on the Special Enforcement Team, where he worked as an operator, team leader, and team commander. He has also served in the training division as a use of force instructor, teaching defensive tactics, impact weapons, and firearms training. Sheriff Wu has more than 1,000 hours teaching at the Sheriff's Office in Sierra College. As a lieutenant, Sheriff Wu served as the station commander for the South Placer substation in Loomis In 2012, he was promoted to captain as the Corrections Division Commander, where he worked to fund staff and open the South Placer County Jail. In 2013, he transferred to Field Operations Division, where he served until February 2017, when he was appointed undersheriff. In June 2022, Sheriff Wu was elected the 29th sheriff of Placer County. Welcome, Sheriff Wu.
Thank you.
Now for President Duncan. President Duncan was selected as the 6th president of Sierra College in 2011. He revitalized the college's facility master planning efforts, resulting in a 20-year plan to accommodate the future growth of the Rockland campus, culminating in the passage of a $350 million bond issue in June 2018. The Rockland campus master plan consists of new and upgraded facilities, including a new science building, a public safety center, infrastructure improvements, and expansion of student services facilities. President Duncan is also leading the college through re-engineering programs and services to ensure student success. President Duncan is involved at the state level as well, serving on multiple committees and task forces. He serves on the Community College Facility Coalition, the Association for California Community College Administrators, the Community College League of California, the Advisory Committee on Legislation, the Placer County Economic Development Board, Valley Vision, and several chambers of commerce. He serves as co-chair of the Greater Sacramento Economic Council Competitiveness Council, which promotes economic growth for the region. All that and more. Sheriff Wu and President Duncan, thank you and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Post and the commission for the invitation to speak this morning. It truly is an honor to be here. You know, as I was driving down today and reflecting on being in my 34th year in law enforcement, I still have a great deal of pride being a peace officer in this great state of California. I believe we are the most professional and highest trained peace officers in the nation, and it's due to the hard work of the Post Commission and the commissioners on this board. So thank you for all of your work and everything you've done to advance the profession over my career. A little bit about Placer County. For those of you that aren't familiar, we're about 20 minutes down the road east of here. We do border on Sacramento County. We pretty much run the Interstate 80 corridor up to Tahoe. We have the North Shore of Lake Tahoe. In fact, we have the biggest section of the lake is our jurisdiction's responsibility in Placer County. We're a little over 1,500 square miles as a county, and we're constantly rated one of the fastest growing counties in the state of California. Right now, it's estimated that we're between 425 to 450,000 population in our jurisdiction. And a lot of the growth is going to be occurring in the unincorporated areas. Some of the areas we'll talk about today is projected to add 70 to 80,000 residents in the unincorporated area of the county over the next 10 to 20 years. So I'm pleased to be here with President Duncan, who our office and the college has had a long partnership, and kind of give the commission a briefing and share some of our vision of what we're trying to do in Placer County in regards to training the next generation of public safety in Placer County and even in the Sacramento region, because I'm very confident that this project and our vision for this project will have impacts far outside of the county of Placer. So what we're going to maybe give an overview on today is a proposed regional public safety training center that we're pursuing in the county of Placer in partnership and really being led by Sierra College. And I do not take it for granted when you look all over the state and the nation of some institutions of higher learning and their opinions on public safety and peace officers that we have such a great partnership with Sierra College. And I don't want to steal President Duncan's thunder, but you know, they went out for a bond measure and received some funding for facilities. And under President Duncan's leadership, he saw the importance of a regional public safety training center and made this a priority with some of those funds because he realized with the growth of Placer County that we needed a facility like this because public safety was extremely important to maintain the high quality of life that the residents of Placer County enjoy. So We're extremely excited to be here. And when I talk about that partnership, we've partnered with Sierra College. They're certified and run the Modular 3, Modular 2 academies, and they actually have run those for over a decade out of our office and our training unit, utilizing our classroom space and our ranges up at the Auburn Justice Center at our headquarters. So with that, I will get into the first slide. I think clearly there is a need for public safety training facilities throughout the state. Again, specifically in Placer County, we have a dire need. And when you look at the projected growth, it's really exciting that we're embarking on this journey. Like I mentioned in 2018, and President Duncan will, I think, get into more details, there was a bond measure that was passed in Placer County to allow Sierra College to improve their facilities and add facilities. And President Duncan made it one of his priorities to partner and complete this public safety training center. I talked about our partnership with Sierra College and really our commitment at the sheriff's office to provide training. We provide our staff over 4 times post requirements annually to every sworn peace officer in our office. So we've always placed a high priority on training and instruction, and I'm really excited about the opportunities that a facility like this can provide for the future of not just the sheriff's office, but all law enforcement within our region. Some of the areas we're talking about, if you're not familiar with Placer County, are really on the west end of our community that borders some of it Sacramento, some of it Sutter County. When I mentioned that a lot of this area is in the unincorporated parts of our community, specifically the proposed site for the regional training center will be in what's considered the Placer One project. This is a 2,200 acre master plan community. And some of the exciting things going on at this community are 2 universities, one of them being a Sac State satellite campus with, I think, over 30,000 students eventually. But when I talk about partnership that we have, not just with Sierra College, we also have a great partnership with Sac State. And one of the things I'm most excited about is an initiative that I've partnered with District Attorney Morgan Geyer on to build Placer County's first crime lab. We've partnered with Sacramento State. The crime lab will be on the Sacramento State campus. It's projected to be the first facility built on that campus. And it will really be able to serve as not only the crime lab for Placer County, but also a hands-on learning environment for people in the forensic sciences going through Sac State programs. I'll let Willie get into Sierra College's footprint that they'll also have out there. But as we go through the presentation, I think you'll see that our goals really are to create a modern public safety training facility. When I mean public safety, this is not just going to be for law enforcement. This will be also for the fire service and the fire academies. Some of the leads are really Sierra College. And while we have other fire jurisdictions, law enforcement jurisdictions, the leads really at the table for this project are the Sheriff's Office and CAL FIRE or Placer County Fire, who we have a contract with in the county to serve as our county fire department. So I think the opportunities are endless. Our goal is to bring in modern training, really cutting edge and forward thinking training. And I think will be great opportunity when you consider the fact that the fire service will also be there to integrate early on in somebody's career things like TEMS, Rescue Task Force training, Joint Unified Command training, and partnering with Sac State and Sierra College, I think will also offer us opportunities as we face the challenges of the legislation that will be requiring the modern policing degree and things like that. So I couldn't be more excited about this project moving forward and the potential to impact and raise the professionalism of peace officers in Northern California. And I think with that, I will turn it over to President Duncan.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Wu. Really appreciate those comments. And as was mentioned, my name is William Duncan. I'm the Superintendent President at Sierra College. I go by Willie, so you might hear that as my name mostly. But talking really quick, I think most of you are aware, and Sheriff Wu alluded to Sierra College's program right now. We have a post-2 module academy, level 2 and level 3, very connected to all of our peace officer organizations in Placer County. We provide internships for our students, and our students are really participating in all of the agencies in our area. We have an advisory board that's made up of all of our agencies that are participating in that. So that really makes it a strong program and ensures that it stays very well connected to current practices and training that are happening. We participate in a lot of job fairs. We host an annual public safety job fair on our campus at centered around Veterans Day. We have a very large veterans program at Sierra College, and so we connect those two things together and have quite a few agencies out on campus at that time. Our faculty come from our or usually retired or working peace officers at all of our municipalities. Sheriff Wu himself has taught for us. And so we greatly appreciate that, and we understand that connection makes our program a strong program. And then we also have, Sheriff Wu mentioned Sac State, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on, but we also have a pretty large transfer program transferring students into 4-year criminal justice programs. Sac State has one of the largest programs in the country, and so that's a really good, strong asset for us, and is going to be important as we build out the Placer Center that was mentioned. This is a little timeline. I know it's probably really hard to see on that screen, but and I don't need to hit every aspect of it, but in 2018, we passed Measure E, which is a $350 million bond. That was the fourth attempt for Sierra College to pass a bond. So it was no small feat. And previous to that passage of that bond, the last bond that had passed in Placer County to support Sierra College was 1956. So we definitely needed an infusion of capital into our campus. And if you drive by the campus now, I think you would see those dollars at work as we rebuild and upgrade and retool the Rockland campus. As a key component of that bond measure was funding for a regional public safety training center. And as you might imagine, Placer County is a county that really does value its safety and its peace officers. And that was one of the highest ranking projects when we polled our community and talked to our community about what they wanted to see from Sierra College. So then as you kind of look forward, one of the things that we needed to do as we started in this process was originally we had been looking at a location on the college campus, on the Rockland campus. It quickly became evident to us that that location was not going to work for a large training center. It could work for a small training center that would really just meet the college's needs, but not thinking regional, not thinking very large, and partnering with all of our agencies. So that started us on a process to really look for property and try to identify a location where this could happen. I'll move to our next slide and kind of get into that. This shows you a list of our partners. As we began to reach out to the community and reach out to our potential partners, all of our agencies in the area from Auburn, Lincoln, Rockland, Roseville, all came forward, both police and fire. Obviously, Placer County Sheriff Office, Placer County Fire Department, which is run by CAL FIRE, and then the Placer County District Attorney's Office, the Executive Office of Placer County and their support, the FBI with their Northern California Field Office being right there, and then also Sacramento State with their new presence in Placer County at Placer One and the Placer Center. So we have a long list of partners, and they are all fully engaged in this process. This map shows you, and again, maybe a little hard to see, but this map shows you the general location If you're familiar with the area, Thunder Valley is right out in this area off 65, so that may help you with kind of a location. Placer 1 is the large yellow area there. That's the 2,200 acre development, and you see the Placer Center, the green area right in the center of that. Sierra College is partnered in the Placer Center. It will originally start as probably a small center as it develops. And then Sierra College will build, for lack of a better term, a transfer center in partnership with Sac State. But I just a quick moment on that before I jump over to the training center. One of the things that I have felt very strongly about in being involved in the Placer Center is that this should be more than just a community college locating close to a CSU campus. We're partnered and very much in alignment on this thinking with Sac State. We want to make this something unique that has not happened in the state of California before. We want to see this as a partnership in which the transition for students is seamless. We are talking about dual admission, so a student would come to Sierra and Sac State at the same time together. We're talking about sharing financial aid. We're talking about sharing staffing so that advising happens seamlessly for students. And so students can move through that process without some of the breaks that they have right now when they try to transfer from a community college into a four-year university. And this becomes important for the training center when we think about modern policing and degrees that align really well with training and where we're going with training out into the future and access to a four-year institution. So one of the reasons we've been looking at this location out here is for the close proximity to the Sac State Satellite Campus. And that light blue box that you can see above the yellow Placer 1 is the area that we have been looking at for location. That's about 50 acres right there. There is room for expansion for it to be larger. Not that we think we need bigger than that initially, but as we've been looking at training centers around the state and around the country, one of the things we hear from all of them is the second you build it, it's already too small. So we're kind of trying to take that into account and think about future growth for that center. So I guess I'll go ahead and move on to my next slide. There we go. With all of our agencies partnered with us, we've done quite a bit of work to kind of try to imagine what this might look like. And that has really started by essentially asking the sheriff and our chiefs that are at the table, what do you need in a training center? What do you struggle? We spend a lot of time talking about where do you get your training now and what are the struggles that you face? As you might imagine, probably the number one thing that jumped up for everybody, both police and fire, was an EVOC track and access to that. It is hard for our agencies to get access to the tracks in the area already. But this kind of is a site that we've laid out. It's an early site plan, so consider it draft, and we'll modify from there. But as you see on the right-hand side, those colorful buildings there are really our classroom and administration buildings. We would also have locker rooms, training rooms. Inside that would be probably as a part of a phase 1. At the top, you see an EVOC track that could be used by both police and fire. You see a training pad that could be used by both police and fire, a tactical village on the bottom left. And this has been something that I think is a want list from a lot of our agencies to be able to train on what it might look like when they're out in the field. And then also a pistol and rifle range. Rifle range has been really high on everybody's lists as something that they struggle to get access to. You see training towers also on there. And so, it really starts to look like a comprehensive center. And like I said, this is draft and we'll be working on the development of this as we go along. But this is really where our line of thinking is right now. And this is my last slide. So just a few comments as I get to the end of this, and maybe some things I forgot to say as I went along. I already mentioned that this is 50 acres. We're in negotiations for that land right now, so we don't own it yet. But we are working on that, and I think we're making really good progress. From a timeline standpoint, we'd like to be operational with the Public Safety Training Center by 2027. So our timeline is short. We've got about 3 years from now to make that happen. And there's a lot to have happen between now and then. But Sierra College has the initial seed money to get this off the ground and get this started. And then we are also looking for, that'll build the first phase. We're looking for partners in ways that we can build this out. But with all of our agencies partnered together, we think that we can make that happen. And then, with the close relationship that we have with the sheriff's office and with Sheriff Wu, things have really taken off as Sheriff Wu has come into office and as we've really deepened these conversations. And so we feel very good about that partnership and where we're going. We really do want to make this really a shining star for training for the future and really thinking futuristic and thinking kind of what does modern policing look like out into the future, and how do we get out in front of that and really envision what that looks like. And Sheriff Wu began his comments by thanking Sierra College for the partnership and enjoying that relationship that we have that maybe doesn't exist with higher ed in every other community, but it certainly exists in Placer County, and we really very much value that partnership. And we really look at this as a necessity for the future, and really a way that we take charge of our future and own our future, and what public safety looks like out into the future for Sierra College and for Sac State and for all of Placer County and for all of the region. We see this as an asset for the region. So I will go ahead and end my comments there, and happy to answer any questions that you may have as we as you hear this and think about this for the future.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions? Comments? Anyone? President Beckman, what's the budget for this thing? What's gonna be the state contribution, say, versus the county contribution for the annual operating costs outside the bond?
So our initial contribution is right at about 30 million that the college is putting in. To build the center that you saw right there, we're estimating is between about 75 to 100 million, depending upon timing. So you see, we have enough to do a first phase, but we've got to build that out. We're working on operating costs right now. I mentioned that we had visited a number of training centers around the state and around the country. We've gathered budgets from all of those training centers to kind of get an idea of what it takes to operate. If we can get an option on the land to get into contract, and that's really what our hope is, that'll get us started on our environmental reports that we've got to do to be able to move through CEQA and be able to get started. And our next phase then with the sheriff and our other partners is to really look at usage and cost to operate. The college can bring some of that operation costs in because we have some of that infrastructure already, but we can't bring all of it. And so we'll really look to our partners to see. The county also has some funds that they are willing to bring in for construction and for operation for this. So it is really going to be a partnership. We're looking at structures. It could be an MOU structure between all the agencies. It could also be a JPA, Joint Powers Authority, that could go into place to help us operate and get structure. But I really see as our primary partners being the county and Sierra College as we get this started because of the deep relationship with the sheriff's office and with Placer County Fire and the CEO's office in Placer County.
Not a question, but a comment. Just as another partner in Northern California, I cannot commend you guys enough for your vision and your ability to work together. The smaller in our last meeting, we some of our counties called them micro counties, but our minor counties in our Northern California district. Clearly, we're going to be able to celebrate with you and use the resources because of the need, and just thank you.
Much for taking the time to grace us with your presence and your wisdom, and good luck. I think echoing Sheriff Moon, I think it's an ambitious and it's also somewhat inspiring project that will, I think, point out to the need for training, and I hope you guys can pull it off to the best of your playing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and granting us the honor of posting the colors. Appreciate it.
Yeah, really appreciate the time. So thank you very much.
We will now begin presentations for the 2023 Post Excellence in Training Awards. And we move around a little bit now. Good morning. I am Jeff Long, the Chair of the Post Commission. Each year, the Commission recognizes individuals and organizations that have greatly contributed to the success and effectiveness of the law enforcement community. On behalf of the Commission, it is my pleasure to honor the recipients who have distinguished themselves by demonstrating a commitment to exceptional service and excellence in training. Assisting today in this ceremony is Manny Alvarez, the Executive Director of Post, and Anne Marie Del Munayo, the Assistant Executive Director. The Post and Excellence in Training Awards were established in 1994 to encourage innovation, quality, and effectiveness of police officer training and to recognize the best of the best. The categories of the Post Excellence in Training Awards are individual achievement and lifetime achievement. The recipient of the 2023 Post Excellence in Training Individual Achievement Award is Officer Andres Rios of the Santa Monica Police Department.
The award for individual achievement is given for remarkable effort or accomplishment resulting in a singularly significant or extraordinary contribution to public law enforcement training. This individual's contribution must involve innovation, a demonstrably effective project, task, or assignment that has significantly impacted and benefited law enforcement training at the organizational, local, and state level. Outstanding contributions may include, but are not limited to, innovative approaches in preparation, presentation, application, implementation, evaluation, planning, and/or management of the law enforcement training programs. The winner of this award, Officer Andres Rios of the Santa Monica Police Department. Officer Rios retired from the military as a Chief Petty Officer after serving 23 years service as a Navy SEAL. For the past 4 years, he has been assigned to the Santa Monica Police Department's Personnel and Training Unit. His attention to detail and organizational skills acquired during his many years of service are evident throughout his curriculum development and training. Due to the available real estate, both being difficult to come by and at an extremely expensive premium, the Santa Monica Police Department does not have a dedicated training facility. Officer Rios has taken this logistical nightmare in stride, going so far as to coordinate a large-scale training simulation on the Santa Monica Pier to test department preparedness during mass casualty events. Officer Rios's impact on his students is immeasurable. Through his comprehensive modules, he instills officers with the confidence to translate what they learned in training to critical incidents in the field. Congratulations to Officer Rios.
Wasn't sure if I was going to talk or not, but much appreciated. So I just wanted to thank all of you, Post, for the incredible honor for coming out here. I'm deeply humbled by getting this award. I'm not someone who is out there looking for recognition or anything like that, and I'm actually like that person who kind of shrieks back into the shadows, who just would rather have attention on other people other than themselves, but I appreciate the support. I did want to thank my wife and my 4 daughters who came. I have 5 total. And my mom will be my 5th daughter for today, but thanks for coming up. Also wanted to recognize Captain Villegas and Lieutenant Gilmore for making the trip up here. Thank you guys. And thank you for nominating me. I appreciate that. And really thank the department for really trusting an old crusty, retired, formerly grumpy SWAT guy to come and to take the important role as training manager. I've been given the opportunity to already improve a competent training platform and just improve upon it. Some of the things is really revitalizing the training calendar, getting multi-disciplines to work together, such as defensive tactics with the firearms, and to make them work together on the same day, and to incorporate those things for realistic training. X-Day training, which is our makeup day for advanced training, and also what was mentioned in the award, which is creating an FTX, large-scale FTX, to incorporate multiple agencies within the city, such as fire and the emergency management folks and lifeguard safety and all those folks to come out with a big training drill for our city. Santa Monica PD is definitely, in my opinion, an example of decentralized leadership, where they could trust someone like me to come on out and to take charge and to actually like truly be in charge and to run an event as the way I foresee it. And the captain definitely trusted me on that. I'm also grateful for my mentors and colleagues who aren't here, but one of my mentors happens to be Wayne Winman, who is here. So I appreciate you. Thank you very much, sir. So thank you for all that. Last thing I have to say is, so the position has granted me an opportunity to be a big brother to many young police officers. Watching them grow and learn and grow in confidence is really the key, and the feather in my cap is really watching these guys grow. Because I'm the old guy, and we want to make sure that all of our young officers are actually translating all the information and the training and putting it into real life. So that's really the feather in my cap. And, you know, thank you guys for recognizing this. So again, it's an amazing honor, and I appreciate the award and coming on up and having my family come on up to Sacramento. So much appreciated. Thank you very much.
The recipient of the 2023 Post Excellence in Training Lifetime Achievement Award is Lieutenant Wayne Winman of the Redondo Beach Police Department.
The Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to individuals who have contributed to law enforcement training over a substantial period of their career. During this time, recipients must have achieved a remarkable record of demonstrable results, including quality, substance, and innovative impact. They must have consistently maintained highly creative and effective efforts, displayed exemplary service, and exhibited strong leadership skills. The individual must also enjoy a reputation as an innovator and leader amongst peers and within the local, state, and regional levels. The winner of the award, Lieutenant Wayne Winman. Lieutenant Winman's career with the Redondo Beach Police Department spans 4 decades, with over 32 years dedicated to law enforcement training. As a California Commission on Post Master Instructor, he is consistently involved in various law enforcement training projects, from curriculum design for the Post Basic Academy to developing state-mandated advanced officer training courses in video. After the tragic events of 9/11, Post asked Lieutenant Winman to create a law enforcement terrorism course for first responders. This course, Law Enforcement Response to Terrorism, eventually became a legislative mandate for all California law enforcement personnel and now serves as standard curriculum in the Basic Academy. Recognizing the arising challenges officers face in the rapidly evolving society, he ventured to redefine training protocols. His collaboration with Post has led to the integration of cutting-edge technologies into training programs, from virtual reality simulations to integration of Post Learning Portal. Lieutenant Winman has been on the forefront of innovation in the law enforcement field. Lieutenant Winman's steadfast commitment to peace officer training sets him apart as a driving force for positive change. With a talent for imbuing trainees with a sense of purpose, he fosters an environment of respect and continuous learning. As a result of his efforts, Lieutenant Winman has cultivated a generation of compassionate and community-oriented officers. Congratulations, Lieutenant Winman.
Make this very brief. Again, I want to say I'm extremely honored and humbled for the recognition. Actually, this award should go to the numerous post consultants that have driven crazy over the last 44 years, calling once a week saying, can we do this? Is this legal? I have an idea. And it also includes Manny whenever our paths would meet. I have a new idea. I just want to say thank you and thank you for recognition. Thank you.
Congratulations, Tim. Well deserved.
Thank you to the award recipients as well as their colleagues and family members who've joined us today. This concludes the awards presentation. I'd like everyone to return to their seats or place in the audience. We'll take a short 15, we'll take a break until 11 o'clock to get back to the regular order so that the families can, and the recipients can have some pictures, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock for regular order. Thank you. We will now begin our regular order. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Good morning. Oh, we're on. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, welcome. Commissioner Barcelona,
Here, sir.
Commissioner Braun, Commissioner Brazil. Here. Commissioner Cooper, Commissioner Yule,
Present.
Commissioner Gordon,
Here.
Chair Long,
Here.
Commissioner Moon,
Present.
Commissioner Nieto,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Here.
and Commissioner Woolry. Here. Mr. Chair, that's 9 of 11 members.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I would now like to introduce Advisory Committee Chair, Visalia Police Chief Jason Salazar, Post Chief Counsel William Toby Darden, and Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez. This is the time for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or not on the agenda, but under the commission's jurisdiction. Pursuant to commission policy, I, as commission chair, will manage the public comment in deference to the commission's workload and the time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comment. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit remarks to no more than 5 minutes. If we have multiple people who wish to speak on the same topic, I may ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, the chair may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised the commission cannot take action on items not on today's agenda. And finally, please remember this meeting is being transcribed, so please speak slowly and clearly so your comments can be accurately recorded. Does anyone wish to address the commission during public comment? All right. Next up, at this time, Executive Director Manny Alvarez would like to address the commission. Mr. Executive Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity again to speak. First of all, I'd like to thank the commission for all of the time spent yesterday at the hearing. We appreciate you listening and taking it all in. We know it was a super long day, so I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the advisory members that had an advisory committee meeting in the morning. It was 3 hours. It was not enough time. They had to cut it short. So we hope to give them a little bit more time at the next meeting of the advisory committee, which will be at the end of November. And I'd also like to single out Chief Salazar, the chair of the advisory committee, who's over on the left, obviously, for keeping that meeting going, sitting through the entire meeting and sitting through the hearing yesterday. We appreciate everything you do, Chief. You do a great job, so thank you. I'd like to just, I'm going to keep my comments today very, very short, but I'd like to introduce some new staff members for the executive office. So first of all, Tom Osborne. If Tom, could you mind standing up? Tom, hey. Hold your applause. He just started. The jury's out.
Sorry.
He's only been here 2 days. Tom started a week and a half ago. He is an assistant executive director. He has the Basic Training Bureau, all academy, basic training related items, management counseling, which you'll hear some of the presentations today on management counseling, all the online training, the learning portal that's run by the Learning Technology Resources Bureau, as well as administrative services. So he will be at the table for the finance committee meeting coming forward and work with the chair, Chair Yule, in the future. So welcome, Tom. Over to second to my right is Ashley Anderson. Ashley started about a month and a half ago in the executive office. She was in administrative services and will be helping Chandler and Brandy with the commission meetings, as well as several other things that she has responsibility for in the executive office. Yesterday, you met Brandy Essex. Brandy was here to the right of Chandler. She also started about a month and a half ago. She's unfortunately could not be here today due to some other commitment, but we welcome her in the executive office. So welcome to the three of you. First of all, I'd like to I know they've already left, but Sheriff Wu and President Duncan, we really had them on because they are super excited, as are we, about their new training center. And I've had a number of discussions with Sheriff Wu, and not that there are just academies across the state or state centers, but we want to make this like the modern place to set the standard and then hopefully have others kind of follow. We don't want it just to be another training center. He's on board with that. We've talked about some of the things that really are modern in terms of policing and training. He's on board, I'm on board, and we've given them our commitment that we're here to help them make it the absolute best center. And hopefully the others will then come in right behind them and we can keep upping the game. So I wanted to just single them out. In today's meeting, you're going to notice there are several voting items that have been the culmination of months and months of preparation. So you're going to hear about field training and the revamping of field training. I believe that took just over a year. I believe yesterday the comment was 9 workshops to put that together. Hadn't been done since 2014. So we thank the Basic Training Bureau for that. That is up for a vote today. And then the other one is refresher training. We've talked about that for a long time for instructors. They were able to put it together, pull it off in a number of workshops in the last year. We've been working on it with fits and starts really for 2 or 3 years, but it has been a very complex issue, something very difficult for us to address. So I thank them. So you have that before you today. And those really are just progress. Is what we're always trying to do is be better. And then lastly, there's several items on the consent item or on the consent agenda where we're asking for feedback from you all, not just feedback, but direction, because they're going to require some regulatory changes. So first of all, you're going to hear about minimum training standards for peace officers. That came up yesterday during the advisory board. I want to say they talked about it for approximately 45 minutes. It is a difficult thing to address for us. And we want to put that on your radar because we're going to need to address it in some fashion in terms of regulation. So you'll hear that during the consent item or the consent agenda. We've also had a lot of discussion kind of related to that. There's a lot of limited authority peace officers that we're now coming across because of Senate Bill 2 that are coming to the surface. And what do we do about that? Historically, for us, it's been the full academy or nothing to be part of post. What's our role? Should there be a role and such? So we're going to ask you about that. And then the last one is a consent item on professional staff in law enforcement agencies and what should our role be? Historically, it's been public safety dispatchers and peace officers. Should we be doing more? There are some regulatory issues. There's also some penal code issues that need to be addressed, but we're seeing more and more professional staff involved in the profession. Should we be taking on a role in that regard? So we're going to do a presentation to you on that and get some feedback. And then lastly, this may be the last meeting that you have in this room. It could be the second to last meeting. As many of you know, with Senate Bill 2, and the increase in staffing, we've had to get additional space. We're currently in swing space across the hall, renting it month to month. Starting next week, they're starting to build out the peace officer, the POSAD space next door. We hope to have that done in September, October time period, if we're lucky. And then after that, we're going to build out a permanent commission board hearing room with a dais, and it'll be a fixed room for that. That'll probably happen either by the end of the year, late at the end of the year, but more than likely being in next year. So this will probably be the last time in this space. So I want to thank the Administrative Services Bureau for making all that happen. They've been working on that for well over a year, working with the Department of Finance to set the money aside from previous years that was built into the budget when SB 2 kicked in. So thank you to Cheryl and Wendy Kaiser and their teams for putting it together. And then lastly, I don't see her in the room. I just wanted to recognize Wendy Kaiser because today is her last day at Post. Wendy, who aside from helping with the space issues, got a promotion and is leaving us to another state agency, a much bigger state agency with this promotion. But she's been here for 14 years in 3 different bureaus. when I got here, 7 years ago, she was on a team of 2 or 3 people, 3 people that I can recall, working on the automation of testing in the academy. It was literally like my first couple of weeks with meetings with the field on what we call TMAS testing. It was brutal and bloody. I thought, oh my gosh, what have I gotten myself into? Because the field wanted no part of it. And Wendy and the others kept pushing and pushing because it was the right thing to do. And it was the right thing to do. And without them and some of the others, I don't know where we'd be. But now look at where we are with the testing. So that's the first thing. And then the last thing I want to mention about Wendy and her team, for the staff that know, whenever they have a request for anything building related, they do such a great job. It's like literally seconds to get it, to make it happen. And I always say, they don't just do that with the executive office people because it's the executive office. They do that with everybody in the building. So I just want to thank Wendy, her team on her last day at Post. And then lastly, just thank you to the team for putting all this stuff together, all these, year-long studies on field training, on the refresher training, on disciplinary guidelines. It takes a lot of work. They're the ones that make it happen. So thank you to everybody from Post staff that's in the building. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the commission echoes your support and gratitude towards the staff. Thanks very much, everyone. The next item of business is approval of action summary and minutes from March 7th. Is there a motion to approve?
Stephen Woolery, so moved.
Second?
None.
Objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so moved. We'll now begin with the consent items. We will hear staff presentations on consent items D through L. Would any commissioners like a report on A through C, A, B, or C? None. We're going to go out of order a little bit because we have some presenters who are catching a flight. So we're going to jump ahead to J, which is a report from the Racial Identity Profiling Advisory Board, RIPA. We will do J and then we will do K and then we will go back on order. So Ronnie Vieta, I believe, is here, and Manju Kulkarni from the RIPA board are here to report. Welcome. Good to see you both. Floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Long, Vice Chair Braziel, and Executive Director Alvarez. My name is Manju Kulkarni, and I'm Executive Director of AAPI Equity Alliance, a coalition of over 40 community-based organizations that serve and represent the 1.6 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Los Angeles County. I also serve as co-founder and co-director of Stop AAPI Hate, the nation's largest reporting center of anti-Asian hate. I'm here today as a member of the RIPA board and also as the new co-chair of the Post subcommittee. I want to first thank you for allowing and inviting both Ronnie and me to speak with you today. The board appreciates the opportunity to communicate directly to the commission and to continue to strengthen our partnership. Through enhanced partnership, we will be better at responding to emerging data and research, as well as legislative updates concerning racial and identity profiling. Today, I will be speaking to you about 2 topics: Regulation 1205 and implicit bias training research. First, on April 18th, 2024, the Post Commission adopted an amendment to Regulation 1205, specifying the definition of, quote, demonstrating bias for Post to use during decertification decisions pursuant to serious misconduct category of bias in SB 2. The RIPA board expects to participate in rulemaking affecting racial and identity profiling in the state of California. And while the comment period for the amendment to Regulation 1205 has closed, it has come to our attention that the newly passed bill, AB 443, will necessitate a revision to the amendment. Effective January 1st, AB 443 imposes several new requirements on Post related to investigating allegations of bias. By January 2026, Post must update its definition of bias to include at a minimum the following. Number one, bias conduct includes any conduct, including but not limited to conduct online, such as social media use, engaged in by a peace officer in any encounter with the public, first responders or employees of criminal justice agencies, motivated by bias toward any person's protected class or characteristic, whether actual or perceived. This is described in Section 51 of the Civil Code. Number two, bias conduct may result from implicit and explicit biases. Number three, that conduct is biased if a reasonable person with the same training and experience would conclude based upon the facts that the officer's conduct resulted from bias toward a person's membership in a protected class. And lastly, number four, an officer need not admit bias or prejudiced intent for conduct to be determined to be biased conduct. Among others, AB 443 also requires Post to develop guidance for law enforcement agencies on performing effective internet and social media screenings of officer applicants. When Post amends its regulations necessary to effectuate these new legislative requirements, including the definition of, quote, demonstrating bias in Regulation 1205, the REPA board requests that Post notify the board directly of its rulemaking actions so that we may participate in the drafting process and notify communities who may be interested in providing input. This notification request is for direct outreach to the board and not simply the generalized post-pass email update, which requires individuals to establish an account with the Post board members, which could actually lead to board members missing notifications using this method. The second topic I wanted to discuss today is the emerging research the board has been reviewing regarding the limited effectiveness of implicit bias training. Despite its proliferation across policing agencies, researchers concerned about the persistence of racial disparities in policing have raised concerns about the positive effects of implicit bias training on reforming officer behavior, which may be fleeting or null. Several studies indicate that focused short-term training to reduce implicit bias can produce some initial significant reductions in implicit bias, but officers often return to their baseline levels of implicit bias after just a few short months. However, variations in the intensity of the training, total number of hours, the distribution across weeks or months, and refresher courses can affect the durability of implicit bias training. While some researchers continue to seek the proper balance of implicit bias training intensity, others have turned to alternatives to anti-bias training to reduce racial disparities in policing, such as cognitive training, policies that limit discretion, changes to police culture. These also include integrating a review of body-worn camera footage into daily meetings and trainings before officers go out on their shifts, and implementing communications trainings that result in enhanced community relationships. This research can be found in the draft report and will be presented in the board's annual REPA report expected January 1st, 2025, along with recommendations to the legislature and Post for addressing the concerns posed by this research. We note that Post's response to the 2024 REPA report recommendations is on today's agenda, and we look forward to engaging with Post on these annual recommendations, and we appreciate your written responses to the board. And also, if you choose to attend our upcoming board meeting and share your responses directly with us. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'll turn it over to Ronnie.
Thank you, Manju. And our board meeting is June 24th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you guys want to join us. My name's Ronaldo Villeda. I am the Executive Director of Hoops for Justice. My pronouns are he, his, him. I am also the co-chair to the Post Subcommittee on the RIPA board. Today, I will address this commission on the development of racial and identity profiling guidelines. The RIPA board is mandated each year to analyze law enforcement training, specifically the post-certified training courses under Penal Code Section 13519.4. This requirement includes developing evidence-based patterns, practices, and protocols to prevent racial and identity profiling while examining the detrimental impacts of biases on law enforcement effectiveness and community relations. As a community member and formerly incarcerated individual, this legislative mandate is deeply personal. It shapes my perspective on the essential curriculum content for new officers under the law. The passage of SB 2 on serious misconduct further underscores the necessity for Post and the board to collaborate in improving training to comply with both AB 953 and SB 2, thereby enhancing public protection and reducing misconduct allegations and decertification investigations. In our 2023 and 2024 reports, the board recommended that Post develop standalone guidelines for racial and identity profiling related courses. Post initially agreed, but has since shifted towards creating optional policy guidelines instead of the legally required training guidelines. This pivot undermines the legislative intent and leads to inconsistencies in training, compromising both citizen and officer safety. The distinction between training and policy guidelines is significant. Training guidelines are mandated by law, and current Post courses like LD 42 and the MOT Train the Trainer course fall short of AB 953's requirements. Our 2023 report highlighted how LD 42 inadequately covers racial profiling and lacks cohesive presentation. It fails to advise cadets on the consequences of profiling behavior or the impact of profiling on communities. The MOT Train the Trainer course similarly does not meet AB 953's legal requirements. At a recent guidelines workshop, participants, including law enforcement officers, identified several missing elements from the required curriculum. Despite this consensus, our findings were not collected or discussed, leading to piecemeal contributions and no revisions to the MOT curriculum. Officers need comprehensive, centralized training on racial and identity profiling to ensure they receive all necessary information, including how to prevent allegations of misconduct under SB 2. Current Post courses fragmented across various LDs and optional courses do not suffice. This gap underscores the board's recommendation for mandatory separate training guidelines to compile valuable information into one cohesive course. These guidelines are vital to equipping California's law enforcement community to respond effectively to diverse communities and eliminate biased policing. Despite existing training, RIPA data continues to show disparities in the treatment of Black, Hispanic, Latinx, Native American, and transgender individuals. Post 2021 use of force guidelines offer a precedent. These guidelines set minimum standards for the application of deadly force, alternatives, and requirements for intervention, reporting, and training. Similarly, racial and identity profiling guidelines should establish training standards to ensure compliance with California's prohibition against profiling to any degree and facilitate agency-specific policies to address profiling disparities. At a recent post-subcommittee meeting, a law enforcement representative inquired when the board's work would be complete. The answer is clear. Our work is done when disparities in stops, detentions, and searches of Black and brown citizens are eradicated. We are not done until the disparities go down. Post must provide the leadership to develop enhanced standards, guidelines, and training to change these outcomes in the community. The RIPA board remains steadfast in its commitment to advocating for comprehensive training guidelines. Only through this approach can we ensure equitable, unbiased policing and ultimately safer communities for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vieta. Any questions or comments from commissioners at this point? We obviously will take into consideration what you guys have said and knock it around our heads, but are there any comments at the moment? Executive Director Alvarez, do you have any response?
No, thank you, Chair Long, and thank you to both of the RIPA board members. So the way that training is delivered, there is a standard training course that's delivered by the Museum of Tolerance. It's standardized. It's a course in a box. They have to adhere to that curriculum. So that's the training. When I was trying to research to get the exact quote of AB 953, and I believe there's a little bit of, I don't know, I don't want to say disagreement, but we interpret AB 953 different. And I've made mention of this to the RIPA board as well as to the Department of Justice. The way AB 953 reads is it specifically mandates that Post create racial and identity profiling guidelines and training. It does not say that we are required to produce training guidelines. It says training and guidelines. We are used to creating guidelines, as you all have seen. There's 20 or 30 sets of guidelines, whether it's use of force or some other type of guideline for agencies to follow, including model policy. Somehow or other, I believe RIPA is interpreting that to be training guidelines. We have interpreted it differently, and we can have some further discussion, but what we have started to address, which we should have done in 2015, which we definitely agree, there should have been some form of guidelines, whether training guidelines or guidelines. That's what we're embarking on now. But the way AB 953 reads is that we are to produce training and guidelines, not training guidelines. So I just want to clear that up, and we'll have some continued discussion with RIPA as well as with DOJ on what that how that penal code reads, but that's the way we interpret it specifically. That's the specific language.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Any further comment to the RIPA folks? Any response from the RIPA folks? No, Mr. Brazil?
I was taking notes.
Oh,
Sorry, I
okay,
leaned forward, take more notes.
Lots of notes being taken, and we will certainly consider everything that's been said and get back to you folks. Do you have any additional comments, either of you?
We just look to the continued dialogue about the interpretation of AB 953. Thank you.
Thank you very much for showing up. Thank you for taking the time. Next, to keep this consistent, is a report on the RIPA Board's 2024 annual report. Megan Post from the Executive Office will report.
Good morning. I'm Megan Polis with the Executive Office. I'm here to discuss the post report on recommendations made by the RIPA board. This is in response to the recommendations that come from the annual report done by the RIPA board. We did this last year, and so we decided to continue to do that for this year as well. Last year, we had 31 recommendations from the RIPA board directly to post. This year, we have 5. I'm going to do my best to summarize the report because it's in your packet. So I won't sit here and just read a report to you all. Does this clicker work? Okay. Oops. So of the 5 recommendations from the RIPA report, POST agrees to support or partially support 4 of the 5 recommendations. The first recommendation made by the RIPA board was to adopt protocols and publish separate training guidelines independent of the curriculum. We continue to support this recommendation. I think we've discussed it a little bit here this morning, and it was also this recommendation was also made in last year's report. And at that time, we stated that we supported that recommendation. We've already had 1 workshop on these guidelines. They occurred on May 13th through the 15th. So we are starting that process and look forward to working with the RIPA board as we move forward on that. The second recommendation is to include a community and stakeholder input on how to improve trainings. POST has taken a position of feeling that this topic is sufficiently covered or we lack resources available in some areas. This recommendation was also made in the 2023 report as well as the 2024 report. POST remains committed to making every effort to include a variety of stakeholders, subject matter experts, and organizations with every project we complete. Providing assistance as a subject matter expert involves significant volunteer time and a commitment for any individual. POST values those partnerships we have created and continue to establish as we work together to develop and maintain the best training for all law enforcement. I did want to bring you 2 examples of how we've included some community and stakeholder input on most recent trainings. In February of 2024, POST convened a group of subject matter experts for the development of an informational video on new laws and requirements related to hate crimes. Some of the organizations that were included in that video development was the California Black Media, the California Commission on the State of Hate, the ARC of California, Anti-Defamation League, Islamic Networks Group, California Department of Civil Rights, the AAPI Equity Alliance, and the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. By way of a second example, in the workshop that I just mentioned on the racial and identity profiling guidelines in May, we included on that subject matter expert group several RIPA board members, the LGBTQ community, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and the Museum of Tolerance. So in summary, after review and analysis of this recommendation, POST feels that majority of this topic is already covered. The third recommendation was to propose integrated timeline for RIPA board and community review of curriculum. The RIPA board further details this recommendation with at least 90 days before setting the timeline for course revision. POST will consult with the RIPA board on the specific topic of the upcoming training course development or update and provide the current version of training materials and a summary of the subject matter. Then at least 60 days before publication of the training and before the course is submitted to the commission, POST shall present a draft publication to the RIPA board with sufficient time to hold a subcommittee or board meeting to discuss the new draft and review with the community and submit feedback. And then before the public comment period closes, Post will respond in writing to the RIPA board whether and how recommendations were incorporated in the training with sufficient time for the board to respond in writing. Post agrees to partially support this recommendation. Again, this was something that was brought up in the 2023 RIPA recommendations to Post. Post overall completes many projects that include multiple subject matter experts for each one. We believe that adding a stringent timeline as recommended would place many limitations on Post to act accordingly on any one subject. Current timelines are meant to be fluid and flexible so that Post may adapt accordingly. Post recommends, when feasible, providing a verbal update to the RIPA board and/or its subcommittees upon their request for items that are regulatory in nature. It is Post practice that anything of regulatory nature will be shared with the commission first. Any item presented to the commission will be made available to the public in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Act rules. Any non-regulatory items can be shared with the RIPA board with as much sufficient notice as possible, with a goal of 60 days prior. The fourth recommendation is to measure course effectiveness of all post-racial and identity profiling courses. In the full report, it does list out the entire details of how the RIPA board desires that recommendation to be met. Post agrees to partially support this recommendation, but acknowledges that there are some lack of resources available to fulfill it. Measuring the effectiveness of any course has proven to be difficult, as we all know. Post does not collect data and lacks legal authority to collect data on individual peace officer actions and performance unless it is related to serious misconduct. Thus, measuring course effectiveness once a peace officer leaves training with the vast and diverse population of California citizens, coupled with the lack of data, makes this recommendation extremely challenging. Post also lacks resources to embark on anything that would accomplish this recommendation. And for the final recommendation, incorporating accountability as a required topic in racial and identity profiling related content and Post training. Post does support this recommendation and will work with the Museum of Tolerance to see how we can incorporate that into future training. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Bolus, any questions regarding the RIPA report and the Post response? Seeing none, we'll return now to item D on the consent agenda, back in the regular order. It's a report from Vice Chair Brazil, who participates on the Advisory Council on improving interactions between people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and law enforcement. Commissioner Brazil.
Thank you. This is just a quick update. So SB 882 formed a council that will exist for 2 years on improving relations between those with intellectual and developmental disabilities and those with mental health. It's very prescriptive in who the members are. There's 9 members. Post Commission has 1 seat on that. I was selected as the person to sit in that seat. I think partially because my late little brother was IDD. And so I grew up not only with a little brother who struggled with that, but saw him victimized by those that took advantage of him. And had to go assist him. So I think that background gives me just a different perspective than others. We've met one time. That was to kind of set the stage for what our next steps are. And the next step, quite honestly, is finding out, because part of it is looking at existing training in both those categories, IDD and mental health, identifying gaps. And then this council only has the authority to make recommendations to the legislature. There's no spending authority. There's no rules authority. Mainly is coming together and identifying gaps and making recommendations to the legislature. So the first piece in that is identifying what Post actually does. In order to identify a gap, you have to identify the training. So there'll be a request to Post through Manny for post staff to present to the council, what are current trainings and anything we might see as gaps that you might recommend to the council on the process. Real quick update, if you've got ideas, let me know. Again, I'm just one of 9 council members, but as we move along, I'm sure I'll come back with additional updates as we move through the process. With that, questions from anyone?
Mr. Brazil. Our next report is on the post-organizational wellness program, which we should probably rename the Joyce Dudley Wellness Program, as Joyce bore this program to fruition. So shout out to Joyce, our former chair. Law enforcement consultant Raymond Nana Diego and Management Counseling Projects Bureau, and Dr. Cassandra Vitan, University of California, San Diego, will report on this item. Welcome.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Alvarez. Thank you for having us today. The Commission on Post entered into the 3-year contract beginning in the 2022-2023 fiscal year with the University of California, San Diego Centers for Integrative Health to design, develop, and conduct an organizational wellness program intended to improve the health and well-being of peace officers and law enforcement professional staff and evaluate the impact wellness programs have across various outcomes. UC San Diego is currently serving as the hub and support network for the statewide program, with the goal to serve 5,000 to 10,000 individuals across 30 to 60 agencies. UC San Diego is also tasked to provide mentorship to departments as they develop agency-specific organizational wellness programs, a research infrastructure to evaluate the impact of the programs, and provide ongoing virtual resources to further sustain these programs. 6 fundamental research-based principles are referred to as domains and include purpose, mindfulness, nutrition, connection, rest, and movement. And unlike the majority of pre-existing courses, which center around responses to issues such as critical incidents, mental health, or peer support, this approach focuses on providing fundamental research-based domains to educate the sworn and professional staff on how to thrive in their personal and professional lives. It also provides how to utilize healthy coping skills when challenges arise. Now, organizational wellness is the umbrella under which these and similar programs can work in conjunction to provide holistic strategy and support. While officially referred to as a program, to be consistent with contract vernacular, really this proactive approach and positive reception from the field thus far is more indicative of that the paradigm is shifting and is aptly referred to as an organizational wellness initiative. Now, staged implementation of this project began with identifying appropriate resources during the first fiscal year. This included identifying experienced subject matter experts in the law enforcement and wellness fields to develop strategy and training curriculum, compiling pertinent data from relevant studies, training of a new mentor team, and the development of a post-video series. The project will complete the second fiscal year of the contract at the end of this month, June 2024, and 34 agencies are currently at the various stages in the design, development, and implementation of their own agency wellness plans. UC San Diego has also created and received post-certification on the newly created Organizational Wellness Coordinator course. This provides a 40-hour training to agency organizational wellness coordinators on the evidence-based wellness domains, methodologies on conducting needs assessments, program development, and adult learning concepts, with the final product being the development of their own agency wellness plan. The goals for the third and final fiscal year of this contract include onboarding an additional 26 agencies and the creation of an organizational wellness coordinator trained the trainer course, intended to develop agency presenters of the Organizational Wellness Coordinator course throughout the state and encourage regional networking among law enforcement agencies on the topic of wellness. Now, joining me today is Dr. Cassandra Vitan from the UC San Diego Centers for Integrative Health and co-director of this project. Dr. Vitan has been a psychologist and clinical researcher specializing in complementary and integrative health for almost 30 years. She has led large multidisciplinary research efforts at the UC San Diego's Centers for Integrative Health and UC San Francisco, served as CEO of the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and developed and tested mindfulness-based interventions for mood and behavioral disorders among diverse populations. She has been a leader in establishing empirically based competencies for mental health professionals and developed curricula for teaching mental health professionals integrative approaches to mental health. Her contributions to science include research on mindfulness-based interventions for physical, psychological, and behavioral health, spiritual competencies training for mental health professionals, and transformative practices and the development of empathy, compassion, pro-social emotions. And I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge that yesterday, Dr. Veaton presented to 800 psychologists, professionals, and then flew up late last night to join me here today. So thank you, Dr. Veaton. And I'd also like to acknowledge the hard work that the UC San Diego staff, regional trainers, and mentors have done thus far for this project. It's been a pleasure working with you. Dr. Veaton.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the commission and Post for investing in the wellness of our law enforcement professionals. Over the last year and a half, it's been an honor for those of us who are at UC San Diego to work with statewide experts from law enforcement and from wellness domains to really bring, trying to take care of the people who take care of us every day and night. And so it's really a personal and a moving project for me. And so I want to go over the aims and deliverables of the project, the primary components, and how we intend to measure success. The aims are to improve law enforcement officer and professional well-being and to establish a culture of wellness in agencies. There really cannot be law enforcement officer or professional well-being without agency wellness and vice versa. Our program is designed to be evidence-based, data-driven, aligned with LD14 and DOJ report, along with other initiatives that have been created around the state to enhance law enforcement professional wellness, and to be collaborative and sustainable and survive much longer than the contract itself. Our deliverables are to reach at least 60 agencies, to train at least 120 organizational wellness coordinators at those agencies, to deploy mentors that will stay with the organizational wellness coordinators at those agencies for at least 3 months when they go back to their agencies after being trained in order to create a sustainable and realistic agency wellness plan. We intend to reach 5,000 to 10,000 law enforcement professionals directly, but imagine that we will reach tens of thousands of professionals through the work indirectly. We will also create open source, evidence-based law enforcement wellness curriculum that will be available to anyone, whether or not their agency is enrolled in this program or not, and will be kept on the UCSD 720 Health website indefinitely. This includes in-depth courses, small videos, reminders, and ways of forming community around wellness, in addition to the guidelines for creating an agency wellness plan and templates. This step-by-step agency wellness plan, a process and a guide for it, will also be a deliverable of our project. Early next year, we will do a train the trainer course, as Raymond Enadiego just mentioned. We will train over 20 OWC post-course trainers who will be able to continue this project. We'll demonstrate effectiveness of both individual and agency programs and leave a replicable, sustainable program designed to reach all California agencies and beyond. So this program and initiative really does address the individual level, the agency level, bringing together regional resources, addressing statewide needs, and hopes to serve as a thought leader for law enforcement as a whole nationally, as California has done in so many other domains. As Mr. Enadiego mentioned, we have currently 34 agencies. We will reach 60 agencies by the end of this calendar year. And so we're really addressing 3 things through this program: culture, training, and resources. So when an organizational wellness coordinator is trained, they will go back to their agency, and with the help of a regional mentor and statewide mentors, they'll help agencies create a culture that supports wellness through creating an agency wellness plan. UCSD will be involved in evaluating engagement, satisfaction, as well as target behaviors and health outcomes and achievement of agency goals. The training, we will deliver evidence-based education and training to sworn and unsworn law enforcement professionals through this OWC training, but also offering a leadership training that leadership at the agencies can take separate from non-command staff so that they can address the thorny issues that are involved in trying to achieve wellness, given all the other constraints of what we're trying to do. Also, there is a 24-hour 720 health training that people can enroll in. And as I mentioned, the train the trainers. In addition, part of the job of the mentors is to help agencies enact their agency wellness plan by connecting to local resources and providing funding from our contract to them for supplies, equipment, trainers, counselors. This is an individualized program. Every agency has different needs. And so every agency needs a customized agency wellness plan. It can't really be a cookie cutter approach. It's also a personalized program for the individual. So one individual does not need to sit through 10 hours of training on exercise if they're working out an hour a day. We want them to maybe have more stress management training, whereas somebody else might need the exercise training. So as Raymond said, here are the 6 domains: mindfulness, purpose, eating and nutrition, movement and exercise, connection and relationships, and rest and sleep. Each of the people who participates in the program will take a personalized self-assessment that'll score them on these 6 domains. They will receive a personalized learning pathway that is weighted based on these needs. They'll access the learning modules either in person, online, or in an asynchronous self-serve way. They'll also receive text messaging for 3 months that have mini surveys that are measuring their adoption of the program and their health and well-being. These are like 1 or 2 questions, along with little reminders that help them integrate the information, because as we know, a single training doesn't change behavior. You've really got to reinforce it over time. UCSD will conduct pre-measures, midpoint measures, and post measures to evaluate the effectiveness. In addition, participants may opt in to using a wearable, a Fitbit, or a Garmin instrument to assess objective measures of health. So we're not relying only on their self-report of their sleep, exercise, and well-being. We're looking at objective measures as well. So this might be an example of a personalized learning pathway that has more emphasis on connection and sleep and less emphasis on the other elements that they may already be doing quite well in. They will also have a participant portal. So they'll log on to their personal portal, they'll find their learning pathway. The lines at the bottom represent the assigned courses. At the top, they have a progress tracker on each of the domains. We'll try to have some incentives and some gamification so they feel really good when they finished things. They can also get messages from their regional trainers or their OWCs. Hey, there's a new class coming up that you might want to take, so please go take that. They can view the trainings within their portal. And then they have it obviously available on mobile because so many people are on their phones now. So everything will be mobile browser optimized. I want you all to know that we also have obtained a federal certificate of confidentiality, which protects all of our research records should they be subpoenaed. We are not obligated to provide those records if they should be. We also have a very strong firewall at UCSD, and all of the records will be code numbered only. So even if somebody did request records, they wouldn't be able to connect them to the person that did it. So what we want is for the law enforcement professionals to engage with the program, be satisfied with it, and increase the direct targets of the domains that we've mentioned. But we most importantly want that to lead to improved health, quality of life, mental health, social health, daily activities, well-being, stress resilience, PTS symptoms, lower burnout, lower compassion fatigue, and just more meaning and purpose. We want the law enforcement agencies for whom we will create a dashboard where they can look at measures they already have, like retention, recruitment, sick days, injury, workers' comp claims, community relations, et cetera. I mentioned about the text messaging. I'm probably getting to the end of my time, so I'm just going to get through that. Please talk to me if you're interested. And we have very, very strong hope that this program will create a new culture across California in law enforcement. I want to say that we've also been incredibly happy that every agency we've talked to, from command staff down to folks every day on the street and on the phones, have been not resistant, but saying things like, when can you get here? And so we're really happy to be working with everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Frieden. And as we conclude our update on the post-organizational wellness program, I'd like to thank the Learning Technology and Resources Bureau and Digital Outpost for the video that we're about to show. It's a short promo video just to give you a little bit of an overview of our program.
Dispatch 1 Paul 114, I have a traffic collision. 1 Paul 114, copy minutes request. And 2 Paul 37 to cover, owner just chased someone from his home. 35773 Oak Ridge Drive just occurred, 2 victims on scene.
I didn't want to be that police officer that was divorced, disgruntled kids, in trouble, lawsuits. But there I was.
I became very depressed, so I turned to alcohol again. The one coping thing that would make me feel good at the time. Ended up getting a DUI.
I had headaches, nauseousness, then became the inability to sleep, the nightmares, the paranoia.
I probably needed to do something about it, but I wasn't doing it. I figured I could handle it, right?
You're not alone. The state of California and Post have partnered with the UC San Diego Centers for Integrative Health to develop a unique organizational wellness initiative. Developed by and for law enforcement, this evidence-based, technology-assisted approach focuses on optimizing performance and resilience in your professional and personal life. It provides you with the resources and skills to get you well and keep you well.
I saw very quickly the loss of identity that can happen, and I've been fighting to stay who I am since day one.
It was later in my career that I realized that it was okay to not be okay, and knowing other people probably thinking and feeling the same way you did.
I have finally made myself the priority inside and out, mentally and physically and emotionally.
It's not normal, and it's not part of the job, and that we don't have to suffer in silence.
Wherever you're at, it's time. Reach out to the Post Organizational Wellness Program currently available at your agency, or go to the Post website for resources and information on how to get this initiative started at your location.
Thank you very much, and we welcome any questions.
Questions or comments from the commission?
A comment.
Sure,
as you were presenting, excuse me, I was writing down questions that I wanted to ask, and then you would answer it right after I formulated the question. So comment is simply that it's a superb program and very comprehensive. My congratulations.
Commissioner Nieto. Yes, thank you. I think this is something I know we've been talking about a lot in our state and nationwide on the wellness of our sworn and people in this profession, public safety in general. So thank you. I know yesterday we spent a good part of the day dealing with SB2 issues. And I think if we incorporate wellness into all of our thought patterns, into our agencies, that we can make a big difference on saving people's careers. So thank you.
Yeah, I think there can be a perception that this is a luxury that goes, it's the icing on the cake if you have time and resources for it, but it actually provides the foundation for performance, for retention, for recruitment, for so many other things.
Mr. Gordon.
Just to echo the comments, I also appreciate that there's measurable metrics with this. It's not just a thought process. There's actually the science behind it. And for agencies that don't have the resources to develop or the expertise, the experts are developing it with the input of officers that are currently serving. So I really appreciate the thoughtful approach.
Sure. I would like to add that in regards to the research infrastructure, we are very excited with Dr. Beaton's findings at the end of this project. So we look forward to that report as well. So, thank you.
And I also want to mention that maybe I didn't say enough, that this has been the effort of 30, 40, 50, 60 people across the state of California, many of people who you know, our advisory council, retired Chief Lori Lunow, retired Chief Sarah Creighton, Jared Sade, Rich Gerling, people who have been working on wellness for a very long time in silos. So we're standing on the shoulders of innovators and giants.
Commissioner Brazil.
First of all, thank you very much. For someone who does these critical incident reviews across the country, we dedicate entire chapters to wellness and see gaps. I would also encourage as you customize this, I'm very familiar with an agency that did a really good job with wellness. They saw significant reductions in workers' comp, sick leave, morale went up, recruiting went up, and then they stopped. And then you start to see the opposite. It's almost like a immediate cliff drop off. So as you do this, it'd be really good. Not only you're looking at the data, which is huge, but what's the long-term data? What agencies started and then just let it tail off, and what the extreme consequences are for them later on would be great.
It's a really
In
good.
other words, we want you to stay on for like 3-4 decades. Is that okay? Or
Yeah.
longer than that?
Hey, we're up for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because you've got to
Um,
cover it for a whole career, because that's really where we see the data. Is it, are we getting people to retirement and healthy lives after retirement? I mean, that's really where we see I think we truly will see the outcomes that far out.
Sir, and to echo your sentiment, one of the goals of this project is to create and foster regional networking with agencies. So as programs emerge and get enhanced and all, it's then agencies supporting agencies, because very much we talk agency for agency, formally and informally on various topics. What we'd like to see is wellness come to that forefront. And so these regional pockets continue to support agencies across the state.
I think also two things are important the way we're framing it. One is as a perishable skill, that this is not a one and done situation. It's a perishable skill that requires ongoing training throughout the course of someone's career. And the other is that I come from medicine. We're taking more of a sports medicine approach. We're not trying to get people off the field. We're trying to keep people on the field.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, but, and I noticed you put in the civilian staff as well, but we have so many civilian staff that suffer, and we tend to think of just the folks that wear the guns and wear the badges, and I saw that in there, so kudos for that as well. Thank you.
Comments? I'll comment. Manny decided to tweak me during the presentation, reminding me of my questions a couple of years ago. Where's this money going to go? What are we going to do with all this money? And I think it was a good question then, and I think it's a better answer now. I think this type of third-party validation for these programs that Post embarks on is so crucial. And the more third-party validation and efforts that we can combine with UC is the better. I mean, this is an incredible resource to organizations like Post, and to see us, really reaching out to it and having it be effective is very impressive. The more partnerships we can have with UC, the better. Love the deliverables, the objective outcomes, very impressive. Thank you very much. That's it. There are no more comments. Thank you. On discussions regarding Commission Regulation 1005, Peace Officer Minimum Training Requirements. Well, Post Chief Counsel Toby Darden and Training and Delivery Compliance Bureau Chief Tom Chalk will report.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And it is afternoon now. So I have two that I'm going to be providing to you. I'm not going to read a staff report to you. You'll be pleased to know. I really just want to have a discussion with you, but I want to center you on what the issues are first before we get into discussions. The two that I'm going to talk about are distinct, but they are somewhat interrelated. So I want to let you know what I'm doing now and then what the next one will be. So the first one is the question about revision to our foundational training regulation, which, as you know, is Regulation 1005. I'll pull it up a little bit later. The second one, the next staff report that I'm going to do, is the question of mergers into existing post agency. So if you are a post agency, and of course under 1005, you are required to hire RBC officers, but you now have to merge into the agency a group of officers that are lesser trained. So that's going to be after, we'll talk about that after I talk about 1005. So with respect to the 1005 question, you may be wondering, why is a lawyer bringing this to you instead of someone from our Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau? And I do have Tom from TDC here. But I believe that because of legal issues that we've been required to look at, it's important for the Commission to look at revisions to 1005. And I want to kind of take you through why. We have been increasingly dealing, after the onset of SB2, we've been increasingly dealing with questions and issues throughout the state by individuals that are classified as peace officers under state law by state or local or municipal entities, but they may have only 832 training, or in any event, something very much less than the regular basic course or the SIBC course. And they may not be in the categories that we have already recognized in 1005, such as coroners or jail deputies. Now, we're all familiar with 1005. Like I say, I will pull it up a little bit later. But I think historically, folks in the field and even some folks here at Post have tended to view 1005 as being a regulation that only applies to Post participating agencies. But that isn't correct. And I want to sort of take you through first why. So as I say, we first got hit with this, really with this understanding with Senate Bill 2, and that's 13.510.1. And that makes it clear our certification program applies to a number of categories of officers, regardless of whether they're employed by an agency that's post participating. So as you see in the language, peace officers described in any of those sections or any other peace officer employed by an agency that participates in the post program. That means necessarily that if you have a peace officer employed in any of those other listed categories, those peace officers are within the certification without regard to whether or not they are currently in a post participating agency. Then in doing a deep dive in this area, because of some of the cases that came to my attention, I saw, for example, Penal Code Section 832.3 and 832.4. And those sections specifically say any sheriff, any police officer, or any district officer that is first employed after January 175 has to complete a course of training prescribed by Post, raising the question, well, what is that training for all of these various categories of peace officers? And 832.4, which then says that officers who are engaged in the prevention and detection of crime and the general enforcement of the criminal law of the state, they have to have a post-basic certificate, which of course, as we know, means RBC. So what we've started to see is peace officers being entered into our EDI and my certification bureau. The certification bureau comes to us and says, hey, Toby, what do? We have somebody that's entered into EDI. They want to have a POE issued. We've had lifeguards employed by fire department training bureaus that have 832. We've had a number of issues involving harbor patrol officers, some of whom only have 832, or 832 is only required within 6 months or 12 months. A number of issues involving park rangers that have 832 training, and yet might seemingly be engaged when we look at what they do or look at how their agencies use them. They might actually be engaging more in general law enforcement functions. And then as I laid out in the staff report, in looking into these statutes, there's a number of other specific statutes about specific peace officers that have been identified by the legislature that are required without regard to post participation to be covered by post regulations, such as some of them I listed: water and municipal utility district officers and rangers and so forth, as laid out in the staff report. And those individuals are also required to abide by post training requirements. So when looking at the question of, well, what kind of peace officers are there out there in California? I took a real deep dive, and this is a lot of information, and I just want to kind of flip through it real quick. And just to give you a sense, so we don't take a ton of time. The first is I found a group of officers that the legislature has said, you are a peace officer if you are regularly employed and so forth in this capacity, and you are responsible for the enforcement of the law in or about the properties that you protect. And there's a bunch of those, such as County of LA, local agency, park rangers, housing authority, patrol officers, etc. The ones I highlighted in yellow, those are the ones that are specifically called into the post program by SB2. So we know definitively we have to have training requirements for those folks. San Francisco BART, Harbor, Port Police, Transit Police officers, airport law enforcement officers, but others, Sergeant at Arms, Supreme Court marshals, bailiffs, and so forth. Then we have other groups of peace officers that are tasked with a primary duty by the legislature of enforcement of a specific set of laws or the enforcement of specific laws. So we see, for example, CHP, UCPD, enforcing the law within certain provisions of the education code. And then we have others, public resources, business and professions, and so forth. 830.3 also, which is within post, has particular what we would consider SIBC investigators, but it also has volunteer fire wardens and others, DMV investigators, and all of these folks. And I'm just going to scroll quickly. We do have copies of these documents for the commissioners if you are interested in them, so I apologize for going quickly. But this is just to give you a sense of the wide variety of peace officer positions Same thing, community colleges, welfare fraud, child support investigators, arson investigating units, state hospital investigators, health and human services, and the like. And then other categories of peace officers, we have obviously officers that have custodial responsibilities. And then moving on, we have officers whose primary duty is the protection of specified properties and persons, such as I said, county water district, security director of PUCs, municipal water district rangers, and so forth. And then we have miscellaneous officers, such as, for instance, these individuals, members of the National Guard, individuals specified in Military and Veterans Code, Department of Justice security officers of, I believe that's the Hastings College of the Law, and the like. And then even 830.1, it may be more than we normally think. So 830.1 is sheriff, undersheriff, deputy sheriff of a county, chief of police of a city, police officers of public safety agencies or cities, Harbor Police, San Diego Unified Port District, Superior Court Marshals, Port Wardens of County of LA, et cetera. The Attorney General and special agents and investigators of DOJ are included as well. So that was just to give you an idea of the wide variety of positions that are laid out in the code. And it gets complicated because if we're looking, for example, at harbor police officers, just as an example, there are different harbor districts that use these officers in different ways. So as we at Post are talking about, how are we going to amend 1005? What are we going to do with somebody who's called a harbor police officer? Keep in mind that you're going to have some, and I found some throughout the state, that are eminently well-trained, that require, for example, officers doing harbor work to have RBC, to have worked patrol, and then there's a 400 or 500 hour Marine training on top of that. And then on top of that, after they get that training, they have to take a master's in boating courses for 700 or 800 hours and so forth. Eminently well-trained individuals. And then we have other harbor districts where we've looked at them and we've gotten some inquiries from some of these various districts throughout the state. The officers, when you look at them, look like full service peace officers. They just look like what we would normally expect as an 830.1 or 830.2 officer. And they have the full uniform, sometimes the tactical vest and gears, the badges, the guns, all of that gear and paraphernalia. And yet with some of them, if I look at the job description, the requirement is only 832 PC training, and one of them that I found even says 832 within 6 months. So obviously those are the sorts of things that we're a little bit concerned about. One of the things that I did, and I'll just talk about this briefly, is we wanted to find out among our post-participating agencies, how many of them are employing peace officers other than what we might consider as just full authority peace officers. So we sent out a survey. We only got about 100 full responses back. And most of the agencies that did respond did tell us that they were doing what we expect. They're employing 830.1 and the RBCs, their requirement. But the thing that the reason I was curious about this is because I saw a provision in there that said LAPD was permitted to hire individuals who formerly had been general services officers, and they were allowed to bring them in and they could be peace officers of LA, but only 832 was required. Now I understand that may have been implemented differently by LA, but that's the statute. And it started to make me think, okay, what is that? Do we have law enforcement agencies? And since then, we've talked to many law enforcement agencies, and we know they do have park rangers that may be 832. Maybe they have brought in individuals that are harbor district and so forth. And so as we look at 1005, and why do I say that it needs to be revised? So we should all be familiar with this, but the basic requirement is every peace officer except reserves, and then basically our investigative SIBC officers, coroners or deputy coroners who can have 832 by statute, and then jail deputies. So our requirement is they have to complete the RBC. But then as we go on in the regs, we talk about DA investigators, we talk there about the SIBC, the coroners or deputy coroners, school and airport police here, which generally would have the RBC, but then would also have additional training on top of that if they're post-participating, and then jail deputies. But then we have these two provisions, which I think have caused perhaps some confusion with not only our staff here, but also with folks out in the field. And that is this limited function definition. And I think some of these positions that I previously scrolled through and took you through, So some individuals that may, for instance, really be, they have peace officer status, but perhaps they're really more like security officers. They have very limited functions. Maybe they can't carry firearms by their agency, or maybe they can, but can only carry them on duty and can't carry them off duty. So there are folks that we may think of as limited function, but our definition is outdated if we want to encompass and include those individuals within the post regulation and include less than the RBC. And I'll take you through that in just one moment, the definition of limited function. But then we have this, every peace officer prior to exercising peace officer's powers shall complete the requirements of 832, which may be part of the minimum basic training or separately certified. I've always viewed that as just a restatement of the basic principle of law. So if you're in a position where you have to go to a full academy, obviously that's fine. You know, you may have to do that training within 6 months or whatever, but at minimum, you cannot perform peace officer functions until you have 832. I think this may be misinterpreted by or interpreted by some as being a separate standalone authorization for any peace officers not specifically set forth above the jail deputies, the coroners, the investigative, et cetera, that post is saying that those individuals can have 832. And that's one of the questions that I wanted to discuss with you. And just so that you see the definition that I think needs to be revised. So currently limited function is defined as deputy sheriffs, police officers of cities or districts designated on or prior to June 30th, 1985 to be a peace officer as described in 830.1 and is employed to perform duties other than the prevention of and detection of crime and the general enforcement of the criminal laws of the state. I have no idea why this was put in back when it was, but it strikes me that that is not very helpful to us, at least with respect to these issues that we're talking about today. So if we do want to, in 1005, to specifically enumerate, and I recommend that we do, I think we should change 1005. And if we want to use limited function to take into account some of these peace officer positions that are perhaps not full authority peace officers as you and I might think of them, then I think we need to redefine limited function officer. So this is the idea, and I know I went through it kind of quickly, but I think we need to revise 1005. And I think there's several reasons that we need to do that. First, I think we clearly have to specify what training is required for all those officers that are specified in Penal Code Section 832.3. The one that says all district officers, city and county and sheriff's officers have to go through a course of training specified by post. I'm not sure that 1005 currently does that. And I think that's something that we need to consider. Cities and counties, it's a little easier. The districts, it gets very complicated very quickly. I think we should also specifically identify training for those post-participating agency officers and those that are not post-participating agency officers in SB2, so 13.510.1. And then I think we should revise the training standards to make clear that, for example, any peace officer employed by any agency that we have jurisdiction over that is required to comply with our regulations that do what we consider general law enforcement duties, that those individuals should have the RBC. But then we have these other individuals. So individuals that, for instance, are peace officers, but they may be limited. Perhaps their primary duty is only to exercise or to enforce law on the property. Well, if they're enforcing all laws on or about the property, that kind of sounds like RPC to me. Some of the park rangers, that's what they are required to do. You may have some that are specified by law that their primary duty is enforcement only of health and welfare or some sort of those requirements, but that's their primary duty. So then the question is, if that's their primary duty, but they look like full function peace officers, do they have secondary duties which might require, in our view, the RBC? So this is going to be a long discussion, and I really just wanted to sensitize you to it today. And I'm sorry for talking for so long, but I would love to hear your thoughts as we look at revising this with respect to how should we revise 1005? How do we take into account these other positions of peace officers, which I believe we should have in regulation, but that are not currently specifically addressed. So with that, I'd like to open it up to discussion and hear your thoughts.
I think, Toby, I'm gonna curtail that.
Okay.
And merge F with G and get the presentation on G, since there appears to be a great deal of overlap. At which time we'll also ask Chief Salazar, because I believe there was a fairly robust conversation about these items in the advisory committee, as well as commissioner response. So why don't we move now and do G? It's a report on discussion regarding Commission Regulation 1010, agencies merging within the post program. And Toby and Bureau Chief Tom Chalk and Kern County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy David Kessler come forward and we'll report on this, and at which time then we will, once we get through this report, we'll ask Chief Salazar and then we'll open it up to the commission.
So this is also related, a somewhat related issue. And the question is this: what happens when you have a post-participating agency? Post-participating agency subject to 1005, which is, once you're a post-participating agency in 1005, you're required to hire only RBC officers. What happens in that circumstance if that agency, for whatever reason, they may choose to do it, they may want to do it, they may be required by a local political mandate, there may be a law change, but they are required to merge into their RBC department a group of officers that have lesser training. And this could happen, for instance, with a city or county that merges, that either wants to or is required to merge in airport police, harbor police, park rangers, or similar groups into that RBC agency. And the question is, what does our current regulation say about that? So let me just briefly take you through 1010, which is on the screen. So 1010 right now talks about mergers, but only what does the agency do if they want to merge? And the only thing that the regulation says is file a request. So an RBC agency that wants to merge this group in would file a request, something similar to the initial request, to say, hey, we've got this group, we want to join. But then we don't talk about what standards. How do we judge those officers? Do we only let them merge in RBC officers? Is it okay if they merge in officers that were only 832 officers? So we don't address that, and I think we need to. What we do say in our initial compliance, this is, how do we judge an agency that is not a post agency and wants to come in the first instance? How do we look at that? Well, the regulation currently says those incumbents officers' records are reviewed to determine compliance with the minimum selection and training standards that were applicable at the time of each officer's appointment. What does that mean? That means that an 832 agency, assuming that it's law, that these officers were lawfully appointed under whatever the governing law at the time was, can come into post, and many of them have. So once they come into post, though, then those 832 agencies, as we know, under Regulation 1005, as it currently stands, they are required then from that point forward to only have officers with RBC training. So what do we have? We now have an agency where you have maybe legacy officers that are 832 trained, and perhaps they're even higher up in the ranks in lieutenants or captains or chiefs or whatever. But newly hired officers are RBC officers. And so we certainly have gotten some inquiries from various officers saying, how could my chief be supervising me? I'm an RBC, but my chief only has 832. Now that is just a nature. We're not really asking the commission to change that, but that is just a function of what happens under our existing regulation for bringing the agency in. And so the question is on mergers, how are we going to look at that? And we can define the way in which we want to determine if a merger is allowed to occur in any way that we want to. But I wanted to talk about some of the things to think about. So if we revise the regulation, should we say, well, no, you cannot merge a group of officers in unless they meet your existing requirements, RBC? Well, we could say that, I suppose, but then that could put an agency in a difficult position. What if the agency is required to bring those individuals in? Would they then have to, would the individuals that are not RBC then have to be fired if they couldn't actually make it through? Do we tell the agency, hey, you're no longer in compliance. You're supposed to be RBC, and you just brought in a bunch of people that are 832. And I would submit that's not a good way to do it either. But if we do amend the regulation specifically to allow, in the case of a merger, these lesser trained officers to come into the RBC agency, my suggestion would be that the commission should look, and we would like direction, at the following questions. My concern would be if we do that and you allow agencies to bring in a group of 832 officers and shift is short, people call in sick on beat 12, are they going to be pulling 832 officers that now are wearing the uniform and look like those peace officers? Are they going to pull them into and put them into duties which we would all say the RBC is required for? My recommendation would be if we amend this, that we take that into account and say you cannot do that. If you're going to bring in the 832 officers or these officers with less than RBC training, then you have to keep them solely in that capacity and continue to use them only in that capacity. And that they can't be used in any role beyond that limited capacity for which they were hired. But then another big question, and I think we're going to hear this from Kern County, is the other question, which is, if we've now allowed that group to merge into a post agency, an RBC agency, under 1005, our existing regulation, now let's say those park rangers come into Kern County, under 1005, they would be required to now only hire RBC officers because that's what 1005 says. And I think what we're going to hear from some agencies throughout the state is they don't want to do that. What they would like to do is continue to have, for example, a park ranger or a harbor district or, patrol, harbor patrol or airport program or whatever, where these individuals have limited functions, but the limits would be defined by those municipal agencies. But then they want to continue to hire individuals with just that 832 training. So effectively, I think what we'll hear is you'll have an RBC agency. They want to have a smaller group of, let's say, 832 park rangers, airport, harbor district, whatever it might be. And instead of having to hire RBC now into that, they want to continue to have 832 because of financial concerns or hiring considerations or whatever. So those are the two issues. The first is sort of generically 1005. And then the second is, what do we do in the case of these 1010 mergers? And then I don't know if we want to do commission comments or from Kern County or public, however you want to do it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Kern County, Chief Deputy Kessler.
Thank you, Chairman Long and Post Commission and Director Alvarez for inviting us up here today. My name is David Kessler. I'm a Chief Deputy with the Kern County Sheriff's Office. Unfortunately, Sheriff Youngblood was unable to attend today, so I'm here in his place. I'm here today to strongly advocate for limited peace officers as defined under Penal Code 832 to be supervised by full post agencies. This is a vital step to ensuring the safety and security of our communities across the state. When Kern County Sheriff's Office began examining the Kern County Park Rangers, we uncovered numerous violations within the agency. I'm sorry. These include lack of supervision, operating beyond their authority, inadequate training records, and insufficient documentation. There was no established processes for internal affairs, follow-up investigations, or other legal requirements. However, under our supervision, we were able to ratify these issues, ensuring they operated within their designated scope as a park ranger and not an RBC officer. Firstly, let's consider some of the critical responsibilities undertaken by the park rangers. Boating safety, ensuring the safety of our waterways is utmost important. Park rangers in Kern County are responsible for boating safety education that requires special training. Their presence is important for carrying out their duties enforcing maritime law. Interpretation services. Providing interpretation services is essential for preserving the rich history within our communities and our parks, enhancing our communication between law enforcement and the diverse communities we serve. Law enforcement within parks, limited peace officers are often tasked with law enforcement duties within the parks, including enforcing county ordinances, issuing administrative citations, and responding to search and rescue operations. Additionally, they handle investigations related to fish and game, harbor navigations, and low-level misdemeanors that improve the quality of life within the parks. Supervision by a full post agency is essential to ensure the officers are properly trained and supported in their duties. Moreover, it's essential to note that limited peace officers are not only confined to parks throughout the state. Like we heard, they also serve in various other agencies such as probation, water districts, lifeguards, services, airports, arson investigators, and hospitals. Several agencies handle felony investigations without support or knowledge from full post agencies can provide. If an 832 agency was to be supervised by a full post agency, the initial response might be first initiated by an 832 officer, but they will have the support of an RBC officer and a detective within the supervising agency that can take over the initial investigation and follow-up. While felony investigations might be rare, the majority of their time is spent with low-level misdemeanors and quality of life issues within the parks. By absorbing the park rangers into the Kern County Sheriff's Office, we allocated a chief deputy, commander, lieutenant, 3 sergeants, and a senior deputy to provide supervision for 35 allotted park rangers. This allows for greater control and oversight than they've ever had before. We're also providing them with advanced training, updated equipment, updated software, supervision, body-worn cameras to ensure they're held accountable. We extended their academy from 64 hours to over 200 hours and will provide ongoing in-service training to the park rangers. While acknowledged Penal Code 831.4, armed security guards have a role within departments, they're not to be as versatile as 832 officers in the field. Whether an officer is armed and designated as 830.4 or 832, the department's liability remains equal. For the Kern County Sheriff's Office, most of our county ordinances are misdemeanors. The majority of the boating laws, fish and game laws rangers enforce are also low-level misdemeanors. Changing their classification to 831.4 will require the Sheriff's Office to dedicate staff to enforce these low-level crimes, diverting their attention away from more serious crimes. Including limited peace officers under the supervision of full post agencies is not only logical, but also critical for the effective functioning of these agencies and maintaining the quality of service the community is accustomed to. 832s fill an important role in the specialty positions that they provide throughout our communities. Kern County Sheriff's Office supports changes to the training requirements or limitations on the authority of 832 officers who are supervised by post agencies. However, deleting the category of officers would be a disservice to the communities that rely on their services. California Penal Code 832 exists for a reason. Even with new recommendations from post regulations in place, this will not correct the issues post is hearing about. Agencies that are working outside their jurisdiction will continue to do so without a change at the state level. Other agencies will separate back from an RBC agency, since most 832 agencies feel they are not governed by post, and assistance and oversight will be lost. Therefore, it's important to ensure these officers are adequately supervised and trained by full post agencies, protect our communities, maintain public safety, and the education that they provide to the communities. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions or have any conversations.
Commissioner Nieto. Would it be possible to get a copy before we leave of his comments, because they're read into the record?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
What you wish to comment?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify for those who may not be familiar with 831.4. The question is, there are a number of provisions in the penal code that identify peace officers. Then there are provisions that talk about public officers that are not peace officers, and some of the public officers may actually perform duties which we think of as peace officer duties. They may issue citations or make arrests or serve warrants or whatever, depending on the specific section. So I believe the 831.4 reference, and I don't want to for you, but the question was, are we going to continue to employ them, be allowed to continue to employ them as peace officers, or do we have to put them into a non-peace officer, public officer category? I think that's what you were saying. I just wanted to clarify it.
Yeah, I mean, we would like to see them continue to be 832 incorporated into our agency, and then the 831.4 allows us to hire as security guards, 832 trained officers that can only handle infractions and not any the low-level misdemeanors. A lot of our agencies have clerks or report desks or community service technicians, whatever you might call them, that respond to calls that handle even low-level misdemeanors that are cold. And that's what we're seeing with the park rangers is they're handling a lot of those low-level cold calls that happen within the parks for better quality of service in those.
One other thing I was interested in, if you don't mind, the question is, oh, of course, I've been yelled at by every court reporter in the state for talking too fast. You talked about the supervision and oversight by the full authority officers. And I was curious as to, one of the things that we were talking about in this capacity is, for reserve peace officers, for instance, if you only have 832 training as a reserve peace officer, then generally you're not going to be performing law enforcement duties without supervision. You have to be supervised by a regular 830.1 officer, sort of side by side with you. I'm not sure if that's the sort of thing that you or other agencies are envisioning, as opposed to, it's my understanding that you would have folks that are working quite remotely. So perhaps in a park or a district or whatever, that was somewhat remote from the full authority officers. And so those officers, the 832 officers, would be handling situations until a full authority officer could arrive, which might be some period of time or maybe not. So I was just curious, when you said under the supervision, you're not talking about the immediate supervision. You're just saying that the department itself will supervise the group, but that the officers themselves would be out performing their functions largely without a full authority officer right there with them. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And, but if you think about it with the sheriff's office being with remote, most of the parks are within communities. So the response of another RBC officer is not as far away as traditionally. Not when you look at federal or state parks where they're further away. You have that closeness where that RBC officer could be there relatively quickly. And not only that, just because this is what's dedicated to it, doesn't mean the other RBC officers, supervisors, and senior deputies and sergeants and supervisors can't help us with that supervision of those park rangers in that capacity. And if they were separated out, they lose that. They're within their own confinement and supervision. They're treated like another agency for us. And that's where we want to see them get integrated into ours so that they have that better supervision and guidance. And we don't expect them to handle the large felonies or any felony at all. We want them to concentrate on the quality of life issues within the parks, the education, and the community-oriented policing that they provide at a new level.
I think one of the things I've seen in looking at these issues throughout the state is you have individuals who, when they are in a position where they appear to be peace officers and they are the first responders, I've seen Harbor District officers that are 832 that are making arrests for homicide, or, responding to traffic collisions and making DUI arrests and that sort of thing. And I know that's not what you're talking about with your officers, but I think that's just one of the concerns that we have is, or that I believe the commission might have, is the question of individuals that do have peace officer status but aren't under immediate supervision. And then what are they going to do in those instances where something happens right in front of them and there's no full authority officer?
We have that concern too with our park rangers. That's why we started, we were asked to come in to evaluate them and give some recommendations on the best way to move forward. We don't want them, see them interacting with that type of situation. Of course, I think no matter what type of officer you have out there, there's that possibility of that person getting involved. But at least now you have the policies and procedures in place to where we could not only hold those people accountable for those actions, but we could also provide the training and the insurance that those type of incidents don't happen with the park rangers or those other 832 agencies, that these RBC full post agencies could step in and provide the proper guidance that they're lacking. A lot of these agencies, I'll agree with you, are lacking that guidance because the 832 officer that has 32 or 64 hours of training has gone up to the ranks, and all of a sudden he's a chief of this department, and he reports to a civilian that has no idea on anything law enforcement related. And that's what we're trying to change by taking them under our leadership, is to provide them with that course that they can move forward and be successful and continue the specialty tasks that they're out there to do, and not the other stuff.
And apologies, commissioners, I didn't mean to hijack your questioning.
Before we move to commissioners, I'd like to hear from Chief Salazar, who is best to summarize, which was as I said, a robust discussion with the advisory committee on both of these agenda items. Chief.
Thank you, Chair Long. I will do my best to summarize this discussion. I will preface it though with the fact that the advisory committee received this presentation yesterday, but did not have the benefit of hearing the perspective that was just presented from the sheriff's office and the chief deputy there. So with that said, in general, the advisory committee with regards to 1005 first was in support of the idea that the regulation needs to be changed and at least clarified as to what was actually required for officers that fall under those categories. So in general, supportive of that idea. There were questions with regards to some of what Mr. Darden's already presented, but are we tracking how agencies are using those officers, particularly 832 officers, and what capacities? Are they expanding their roles into more like an RBC type officer? So there were questions regards to that. In terms of how that might be addressed, could you employ the reserve officer parameters to those types of positions? So under 830 under 832, could they work under the same kind of provisions as a reserve level 2 or a reserve level 3? Questions with regards to how does this potentially impact academies if we were to require that all of those officers have the RBC training as their minimum, as well as questions with regards to the impact of AB 89 on these categories if we were to require the RBC. As was just mentioned, concerns about the 832 firearms and that 64 hours is not enough for officers if they are actually working in a capacity that is beyond the scope of 832 and actually performing more peace officer duties. But in general, the feedback from the advisory committee was in support of if these are officers that are out representing agencies or in uniforms performing those functions, then they should be required to attend the RBC if they were part of a post academy. And again, having said that, we did not hear the perspective that was just presented, which I think provides some pretty good arguments as well. With regards to 1010 and the agencies merging, in general, it was the idea of the committee that if there was a merger, officers would be required to come up to the standard of the RBC. And I'll summarize it there. There was a number of discussion about that, and in general, that was the recommendation of the advisory committee.
Thank you, Chief Salazar. Questions? Commissioner Barcelona.
I had a question about, so if they're going to have to come up to the standards that you were just talking about, what happens when they don't? What happens when you have officers that can't meet those standards either physically or whatever? Because if you go back to the state police merger with Highway Patrol, there were a tremendous amount of those guys who thought they were all going to go over and just change uniforms, but they had to go through the entire process. And a lot of them didn't make it. And so what would happen to these park rangers if they have to meet those standards and they can't? What would happen to them?
Commissioner, that's a really good question. We would have to, if they're off probation and they're fully employed, the county would have to look at another spot for them within the county or find a different classification to move them to. So there are some things that we would have to work through on that notion if they do have to go through an RBC and they can't meet the standard. There's also talks that maybe you do an extended academy type format for those since they are actually working. So there are some unknowns to this situation that we're still evaluating. Unfortunately, I've been looking at this for the last 8 months and every day there's a new question that comes up that we're kind of what ifs are new to us.
It's something to give some thought to. It just was done over the past few years with the state museum police down in Southern California. They all went to full peace officer, but there were about 8 of them that were either older, had been there a long time, and they didn't want to go to the academy or couldn't go to the academy. So the state decided to leave them in that capacity till they retire and then just fill in with the higher standard people afterwards. So food for thought, for some of your people, says you might have some folks that can't get through the academy. You might have people who are in their mid 50s. I don't know. I don't know who you have, but you might have people that can't go and run at the academy, get over the wall, do all those things because of their age and their time in, and they may have only a few years left. So it would be nice to think about how this affects them so that they can leave their profession, and retire, without losing their job their last few years.
Yeah, thank you. That's the last thing we want to do is have them lose their job over this merger. We want them to stay within the rule, and a lot of these people want to be park rangers. They don't want to be full RBC deputy sheriffs or go work the streets. They like the work that they're doing within the parks, within the community. So we want to try and keep that with them.
Absolutely. Thank you. I just want to give you some, think about that, because that's going to be a problem. You're going to have to deal with that one.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, what I don't want to do, and one, I appreciate what Kern County is doing so I'm going to summarize, I think, what you said. They took a very ineffective unit within the county system, brought them under the sheriff to fix them. Is basically what they did, right? To give them the responsibilities and actually professionalize a group that wasn't professional. And maybe I'm going way out on a limb. What I would hate to do is create a regulation that would discourage agencies from doing that. What I'd rather see us do is be a facilitator of that, be a resource to them. So for example, let's go back in time. Kern County says we're about ready to absorb them. Post has a resource that says, hey, let's come help you do that. Let's identify some potential issues you may have legally or with training. What are you trying to accomplish to basically help them with the process, not discourage them from doing that, because you see a lot of that. And you've got, do you have deputies in the jail or custody staff in the jail?
We have a mixture of both, but majority of our jail is custody, and they're switching over to custody, and they're all 832, just like our corner investigators.
Yeah, so they're already used to and accustomed to having different classifications with different rules and regs. So I think and again, when it comes to sheriff's offices, they're used to that already. So I'd rather see us be a facilitator of this than someone that regulates it, that somebody says, we're not going to move the parks folks under the sheriff's office because we've got to send them all to RBC. And then we aren't going to do it for the same reasons that Commissioner Barcelona talked about. Is one, some of them may not qualify for multitude of reasons. I'd rather see us be a facilitator of it than a regulator that discourages it. That's my thought.
If you don't mind, if I can respond to that real quick. If we do that, which I think is a great idea, the problem is for any post unit that's going to be assisting entities like Kern County, we need to know what standards the commission wants us to apply in terms of how to facilitate bringing them on. Is it okay to bring in 832? Once they bring in 832, should they transition them with additional training, or can they keep them in that limited category, that sort of thing? So we still need to, understand what those requirements are so that we can then better assist in the facilitation.
Yeah, and Toby, I think you kind of identified those in the prior section, saying if you're bringing them in and they're 832 and they're limited to just the functions they're doing now, we're good. But if they start merging into more general law enforcement, then they got to go to RBC. I think you kind of laid that out in your prior presentation. It's that line, and then you sit with, if I'm the consultant to Kern, I'd say, here's the limits you have now in 832. If you go beyond those, you've got to go RBC. And you may be asking us for that direction based on what you described. If you're going to be very tight within that, then you're good. If you want to treat them more like reserves, where they're doing more general law enforcement, but they're under direct supervision, here's your pathway to that. Again, we have a lot of pathways already. It's just what I don't want to do is create more regulations, more rules. When we've already got some of those pathways there, we just have to help the agency identify which path do you want, and then go down the path of the rules we have. I wish we could go clean up all the penal code sections and take all these subsections and categories and legislatively fix it. You're either this, or you're this, and that's it. That's just me though, but it's just too complicated for me. I got a headache, by the way, when you
I'm not
presented
sure there's
before.
not an openness to that. The penal code has been a mess on this for years, and I guarantee there's very few people in the legislature have any idea how to make sense of that. Commissioner Gordon?
So I'm going to try to keep my comments brief. But as Toby knows, I have a lot of comments on this and have been dealing with this issue within my own agency and city. I think there's a lot of considerations when looking at this topic. I will say there are a lot of what are technically under the different definitions of peace officers operating out there that should be in a limited function role that are not in a limited function role, that are operating with very little training, are making life and death decisions that fall under SP2, but do not have the appropriate training or supervision. And it is really problematic. And I think this is an opportunity for the commission to address those And I do think it is through some additional regulation, additional training standards, really defining what limited role is, to your point, because there is I think a place for that. But without a place for that, if you're left with the decision, they have to have RBC. Because what they have now is not adequate. So if it's a choice between RBC and what they get now, and we continue to do that, that doesn't make sense. We have airport officers, we have park rangers, we have harbor patrol officers throughout the state that when you're a community member, you don't know that they only have 64 hours of training versus RBC. And the expectation of what we're asking them to perform under, like I said, under SB2, they fall under all of the requirements of SB2. For complaints, many of them don't have complaint processes that are compliant with SB2. They don't have training that goes with what is required under SB2. And I think I can tell you from working through this in my own city, SB2 has really daylighted those standards and lack thereof standards. So I do think we really need to spend some time, whether it is through a subcommittee, through, some other options, and really working through and coming back with somewhere where we find a place for the limited function, but with a standard that doesn't currently exist. If not, then my recommendation is going to be, then it would have to be RBC. Because like I said, I can tell you for my own dealing with this issue, there are a lot of different subsections, and I think it would be great if there was a legislative cleanup with really simplifying this. But without that, from a post-commission standpoint, we really need to define those training standards really clearly and define what limited function means. Because they're carrying firearms, they are making those life and death decisions, they fall under SB2, but yet their training standards are, I will just call it, woefully inadequate.
Friends, Commissioner Gordon, is that if we can get that kind of a legislative fix in California, what I'm hearing is we're talking about 2029, 2030 in terms of the implementation date for if it can get through, and we have to do something in the meantime is the problem. And the other problem is, as you've noted, as we've noted, that if we wanted to, just as Commissioner Brazil said, say, okay, well, this is an existing 832 agency, this is the function they're performing, they'll come in and they have to be limited to that function. What we found in legal is that some of these entities, we don't believe are interpreting the law right. Some of them, as we found, they don't even have the authorization to hire peace officers or have a police department, but they didn't think of that. They look at 830.33 and say, hey, Harbor District, we can have peace officers, so we're gonna hire cops. But in reality, when we look at it, we don't believe they actually have the authority to do that. And also, they may have been 832 all these years, and maybe we disagree. Maybe we think they shouldn't have been. So then we're going to have this question of bringing them in, and what do we do with them? And do we have to give them additional training? And do we permit them to be peace officers at all? Are we going to continue to allow them to perform in this function for which maybe we don't think they even had the proper training to begin with? Or do we accept their representation that they thought it was proper? So tons of issues to work through.
I completely agree with all of those, and agree that this can't wait to 2029. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And, I commend Kern County on what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish. But I will say not every agency or city or district is approaching it the same way. So there does in fact need to be a standard that everyone has to abide by, in my opinion.
Commissioner, Executive Director Alvarez. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Long. Just so if I can summarize it, just so we can take it back, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So obviously, historically, it's if you're a post agency, you can come in with 832 folks, but anybody after is RBC. What you all are saying is that we should allow limited authority peace officers to continue to be hired. So for instance, if Kern County, if we were to change the regulations, should should Kern County incorporate park rangers, they should continue to be allowed to accept 832 peace officers into the program. Is that what you all are saying? No?
Clearly defined what that role is. And I also don't think the level of training is appropriate. So in my opinion, even under a limited authority, should also, if we're going to allow this, be an increased amount of training. But because what they're doing now is not adequate. As you said, you've now increased that number significantly. So I think that's a perfect representation. Like I said, Kern County, I think, is trying to hit the mark on this and is probably ahead of a lot of everybody, but that's what I'm referring to. A specified, definition of not just allowing everyone to decide what limited authority means, but a specified definition for limited authority, an increased amount of training, and actually what that training consists of should be part of this conversation. Does that make sense?
Yes, perfectly understood. Obviously, one of the concerns that we had going into this is, as we said, Kern County, you can't do this. You got to get out of the program, which obviously we would not want to do. So this follow-up kind of begs the second question. What happens when we have a PC, historically, this is an RBC agency like Kern County, taking in these individuals or these individual responsibilities for peace officers. What happens when we have a PC 832 agency, what we consider a PC 832 agency, that says, we want to be part of Post, but we're not going to fall under Kern County or Santa Barbara Police? Are they allowed to come into the Post program with the same parameters that you outlined, Commissioner Gordon, or are they not? They have to be part of a bigger organization such as Kern County, Santa Barbara, Nevada County Sheriffs. How does that all work? Because we are going to have PC 832 agencies that are going to come in and say, now we want to be part of Post.
I think they have to be part of an actual agency, Post participant agency that has not just 832 officers. They need the expertise and the guidance and the supervision that comes with, an agency such as Kern County or Santa Barbara, where the supervision and the level is appropriate. They're carrying firearms. They're making those decisions. I think it's very different if they're not carrying firearms. I think for me, that's a large distinction in this conversation, is that it's different if you have a park ranger who is doing park ranger limited duty, not carrying a firearm. I think the distinction for me is that when they're carrying a firearm and they have that now legal authority to make those decisions that are what I would consider life and death decisions, that should be under the supervision of those that have full peace officer authority, because the training and the standards that go with that level of supervision are different.
Actually, Manny, I was going to clarify some things, and I think Manny clarified it along with Commissioner Gordon, so I'm good.
Yeah, this is more of a question, because I'm not ready to make a decision today. I just want to do some more research. But when we look at agencies overseeing, such as the county sheriff, they're an elected official, and so they get to decide things. But city chiefs, you may have a city who's saying, I don't want to take this agency. And I'm just saying that as a comment, food for thinking, as we look at this issue.
Commissioner Nieto, if I may add, we have seen that. We have had conversations with municipal departments that have said, this is being forced on us, and we don't want to obviously leave the Post program, and how do we do it? So it has happened recently. In the last few years, it's happened multiple times. Thank you.
Got a couple of questions. Maybe this is for Mr. Darden, I'm not sure, but what do you see as a timeline on this? Would it be appropriate for us to consider a temporary subcommittee of the commission to work on this and get back to you? What do you see as a functional timeline?
Well, we currently have issues that are coming to us every day about this, but obviously this is a very complicated issue and we want there to be deliberation and we don't want to make any decisions without both the full input of the commission, but then any stakeholders out there. And so this is obviously the commission's decision. If the commission wants us, staff, to do further work, or perhaps to have a subcommittee, we can certainly have a subcommittee of the commission if it's more than two. So if it's three or more, then we would just agendize the meetings and have those. We're open, of course, to whatever the commission wants to do in terms of getting input from outside parties if the commission believes that's appropriate. So really, in terms of how we move forward, it's completely up to the commission. But I would anticipate that this is something that is going to take some time to work through. It can be very complex.
Along those lines, second question, Toby, I realize that California is the 800-pound gorilla, but are there model states? Have we looked at what other states have done? Albeit they may not be as big as California, but do we have any idea whether other states have gone before us and have a semi-template for this type of reorganization?
Yeah, I tend to look a little bit askance at looking at other states because the statutory schemes tend to be so different. So no, we haven't done a dive into other states to see, but really what it would boil down to is what do those state legislatures, what sorts of provisions do those state legislatures have for who may be a peace officer, and then what sort of differential standards do those post agencies or those legislatures apply to those different categories of officers, and whether or not there are other states that have as many as California, which I think is over 100 or close to 100 or more. I would guess probably not, but who knows, maybe.
Seems to me that it'd be worth at least checking with the National Post Organization to see if, albeit the codes would be different, but to see if someone has, I assume other states have dealt with this specific issue, and some have probably done it very well, some have probably done it very poorly. Maybe worth as part of the timeline to at least take a look and see if there's some model template out there. Additional questions, Commissioner Brazil?
I just have one suggestion. Toby talked about a subcommittee, and I think Commissioner Gordon may have talked about it as well. If you have a work group, not a subcommittee meeting, because my thought is Cal Chiefs, Cal Sheriffs, PORAC, or somebody sitting at the table with some of the staff here to kind of work through the issues. It's great having someone from Kern County talking about, we just did the merger. Here's the example of it, but allowing our major stakeholders at the table to actually work through it together. Do those have to be agendized if there's more than two commissioners there?
Yes.
Okay.
So the bottom line is you can have any work group that you want, but once you have the members of the decision-making body, it potentially implicates Bagley-Keene, which says if it's more than two, or the two or more are exercising any delegated authority, then it's subject to Bagley-Keene. So we can have work groups, but if we have more than two commissioners, then yes, we would just need to agendize it.
I think it's and Toby, first, thanks for flagging it because, SB2 created a lot of other issues that weren't anticipated. So kudos to the legal team for doing that. I think it's a big issue, and having Jason on a work group or someone from the advisory committee, plus Cal Chiefs, Cal Sheriffs, and some of the unions on there saying, this is what we got. Let's get consensus on the direction we need to go and take this a slower time at the front end. Got to go slow to go fast. So take the efforts at the front end to do it right. Get everybody's stake on it so we aren't battling back and forth is my recommendation.
Concerns with Commissioner Brazil's recommendation with essentially a working group. Again, I would imagine you'd be viewing it as a relatively short term turnaround. And Toby, is there a need for the commission to agendize or vote on membership? There is no need for us to vote on membership, correct?
No.
We can, it's in-house, we can decide who's
right.
interested and who wants to be on it.
That's right.
Okay. Comments or concern? Chief Deputy Kessler?
I'd like to thank you for your time, and if you need me to be part of any of those conversations, I'm more happy to come back up, assist in any way possible. Kern County Sheriff's Office like to see to get this right with the rest of the state and help out any way we can. Would be an honor to be part of it.
think we can close it here. We can continue discussions on that maybe even today, but we will talk internally as a matter of internal commission about who's interested and so forth and how to set this up. So I believe lunch is available now, so this seems like a good time for a break and lunch. So why don't we, how long do you? And how long do you want to go? I'm very aware of people's flights and so forth. Can we do lunch and a break in a half an hour? Is that okay? So back at 1:40 to move with alacrity. Thanks. We are on break. So we may run out of time here, so we will expedite as much as we possibly can. In terms of voting, I don't think there's that much where it's going to be competitive, so we will get a roll call, and in many cases, I will probably just ask that we substitute the previous roll call without objection, of course. Trying to make Toby a little less nervous about my unanimous consent moves, so. The next item is a report on the discussion regarding whether Post should consider expanding its role regarding training professional staff and post-participating agencies. Management Counseling and Projects Bureau Chief Kirk Bunch will do his best to expedite. Sir, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Long and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on the important topic of expanding our role in the training of professional staff within post-participating agencies. As our law enforcement landscape evolves, so must our approach to training and development. Approving the exploration would not only enhance the skills and capabilities of our professional staff personnel, but also ensure they are well equipped to meet the challenges of modern policing. Why I'm here today. Post has recently received numerous inquiries from the field regarding the expansion of training for professional staff, non-sworn personnel, prompting previous and new internal discussions. Some of the topics were start the discussion with stakeholders in the commission, understanding the importance of standardizing formal training for professional staff, and what does it look like down the road for Post in starting and maintaining a new legacy training program for professional staff. Currently in California, new professional staff and non-sworn classifications in police agencies often include roles that support various specialized administrative functions. These classifications reflect a growing recognition of the importance of specializing professional staff's role in enhancing the operational capacity, effectiveness, and of law enforcement agencies. During my research, I looked at 3 different categories. I looked at current landscaping and challenges, rationale for expanding training, and proposed areas of training expansion. I look at this as the same concept as organizational wellness that was presented earlier today, that is targeting the agency, not just law enforcement officers. So this is the same concept with training. We were going to target more training for professional staff. Today, Post is looking for direction from the commission to determine if this is an agency resource we should explore in expanding and playing a bigger role. If the direction from the commission is to explore the development of these resources for professional staff positions, Post staff has identified the following next steps. Establish a dedicated working group to explore the feasibility, design, and implementation of expanded training programs. Staff will send out a survey to all post-participating agencies to determine their professional staff, non-sworn job classifications, and their training topic needs for those classifications. Engage with agency leaders, professional staff representatives, and community stakeholders to gather input and build support. Identify potential funding sources and resource requirements to support development and delivery of training programs. In closing, expanding Post's role to include the training of professional staff is a forward-thinking initiative that aligns with our mission to enhance the quality of law enforcement services across California. By investing in the development of all members of law enforcement agencies, we can create more efficient, professional, and community-oriented organizations. Your support and vision are crucial as we strive to enhance the capabilities of all law enforcement personnel in California. Together, we can ensure our agencies are equipped to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you for considering this important expansion of our training mandate. I look forward to your questions and discussing how we can move this initiative forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch. It certainly is a very important topic and one that's going to take some more work, but I think everyone will probably agree that we need to move forward. Executive Director Alvarez wishes to comment.
Yeah, so obviously, I suspect this would be a positive thing for us to do, and there's some limitations on our part, both on resources and funding and such, because we do have a lot on our plate. But what we're seeking feedback on is, should there be certain types of training courses that are specific to certain positions as well? And I use, like, right now we have the ICI program for detectives, sexual assault course, domestic violence, homicide. Should there be some standardized training curriculum that Post creates and perhaps delivers on a contract similar to the ICI program? For instance, for CSOs, that there is a CSO course for them to go to. And some departments have very robust CSO programs, like Sacramento Police Department, San Jose Police Department. They have their own training courses, but should Post be trying to create a standardized course that people can go to if they want to, not that it would be mandatory? Should there be, a course for victim specialists if they want to, go through a standardized state course? That's what kind of we're talking about. The leadership courses and some of the other courses are already out there, and they do go. We should encourage them to go to those types of courses, but do we kind of pivot or leave them to kind of their own devices or their departments to have to train them up? There's going to be more professional staff onboarding at departments as time goes on. It's money. I always use forensic examiners as another example. When we started down the computer route, we started having peace officers that were forensic examiners. They get a year or two of training, and 3 years later, they're cycled back to patrol. Now we're seeing professional staff, non-sworn civilians taking those positions. Should we be playing a role in that? That's the discussion. I think the leadership stuff and, hey, we already have courses they can go to. That's easy, but should we be going down this other path, which will take time? It's a long-term project. It's not a simple thing for us to do. It's going to take some time to develop some of these programs. And internally, we've talked about, should we create a unit specific inside of Post, or a bureau specific to develop training for professional staff, and prioritize which ones we want to address. So that's the route we're going, or that's not the route we're going, the discussion that we're hoping to generate from you all. There's two sides. I mean, we talked to some people and it's like, no, your mission is peace officers and dispatchers. You continue to try to do that well, and there's an argument for that. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Discussion, comments from any of the commissioners on commission direction? Commissioner Ulrich.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to ask for your indulgences. This is my first commission meeting. So my thoughts, though, are I think this is the right move. I think that, and I understand the mandate for Post, but within DOJ, within the Division of Law Enforcement, I get a lot of interest, questions. Anecdotally, I have auditors that are CPA background, and they're asking for fraud examiner training, and they're asking for training that will advance them professionally, but also be able to enhance these investigations that we're doing now with crypto and, the dark web and, the digital environment. And some of my background is coming from the FBI. I've been with DOJ for 3 years. And in my former life, that was just a given, that there would be commensurately, or proportionately, there'd be training for the professional staff or cadre, and of course, training for agents. But it seems like in the environment that I'm in now, it's all very, very heavy agent or peace officer training. And anecdotally, again, for AB 1506, there's lots of, homicide and, blood spatter and, you know, all these kind of trainings for agents, but I've got analysts that are doing all the video work and all the responses to PRA requests, you know, and all the analysis that occurs in terms of that crime scene being processed and being able to harvest that information as evidence and such. There's very little training for the crime analyst folks. There's very little training on sworn folks. So I think that, you know, Post with its preeminence and its reach and respect, I think, you know, my perspective from, you know, sitting here for the last couple of hours, this is music to my ears.
Mr. Rizzo.
Yeah, I echo Commissioner Woolery. Back when the Post Commission was first established, I mean, it was all about law enforcement, and then we added dispatchers. But when a community member calls Visalia Police Department or Nevada County Sheriff's Office, they expect whoever they contact to be professional, knowledgeable, well-informed, well-educated, well-trained. So I would not only look at what are the positions on the civilian side of the house who we want to offer courses to, but also self-reflect. Are we allowing civilians to go to some of the courses, not just the leadership ones, where they're now doing the role that was formerly done by a sworn officer, like some of the ICI courses? There's a lot of civilian employees doing some basic investigative stuff. So again, self-reflecting, are we limiting people based on their classification? And then how do we expand it out as well? But you know me, I mean, I've been a big push for a long time about how do we offer more training to our civilian staff. So I think this is a great move. I think it's well worth it. And I think our customers, both customers, the public, and the customers, the agencies we serve as well, would be greatly appreciate and benefit from this. So I think it's well worth the investment in time.
Commissioner Nieto. No, then the.
Sorry, Manny.
You first.
I do echo what they both say. Commissioner Brazil said, 28% of my staff are professional. And for many agencies, a big percentage of their agencies are probably professional staff, not sworn, or dispatchers or falling under these other categories. My only caution is that we need to identify, we need to start bigger, like what are the bulk assignments that we're looking at professional staff? Because we go too big, too quick, we can lose, in my opinion, you can lose some of the prestige on the quality of courses that we do, and we're trying to expand too quickly. So I would like to see a work group to say, how do we do that in a methodical method that makes sense to cover the bigger stuff. I would like to also see a basic course though for all professional staff, because in a lot of cities and counties, those professional staff designations, they move in and out between different departments outside of law enforcement. And so they're coming into agencies and they may be very good at what they do professionally, but they may not understand law enforcement, and that might make it easier for those agencies if these people had this basic stuff about what is this law enforcement part of it.
Yeah, one last comment. Just as we all know, there are some regulation challenges that we have, as well as some penal code challenges that we have in terms of reimbursement and funding, which will have to be tackled. So it's not simply, developing a training curriculum, but thank you for that. I had not thought about your comments about basic training. We hear that here at Post, where some of our staff have said, I don't know the difference between a sergeant and a lieutenant, or a deputy and a police officer. And I presume you're getting that at your department as well with new staff. It probably takes them a while to figure that out. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. When I look at some of my professional staff, the most training that they get is from their associations, if they are allowed to go through a evidence association or clears through the records clerks, which provides good training. But again, the threshold of standardized throughout the state, I think that would add, if we did provide that type of training through Post for our professional staff, through our analysts, crime analysts, the evidence technicians, the legal office assistants, and the records clerks. and providing just an all-around professional ability for them to learn the great work that gets done throughout the state.
One more thing that I think we'll have to tackle, and I think the responsibility hopefully will be like on you, sheriff and chief, is I think there's also, we hear, from what I've heard, just a culture in terms of peace officers going to training. It's like, yeah, no problem. They have to go to training. Dispatcher, yeah, they don't have time. So there has to be a cultural shift to allow the professional staff to give them those opportunities. And I think we're going to face that at some point. It seems like they don't always be given the time and the opportunities to take the training. Seems like it's a little bit of a reason.
Yeah,
why they can't.
definitely cultural
Yeah.
to the leadership of those organizations.
Yeah.
On what's important to you, whether it is just a peace officer or if it's all staff that work for you.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, amen to the cultural piece. 100%. Yeah.
Echo Commissioner Woolery's comment on that amen, and say, but it is kind of the natural progression of post over the last decade or so. And I'm happy to hear that there seems to be essentially unanimity here that to pursue the course that you guys are on. Thank you very much, Mr. Bunch, for the work you've done. And
Thank you, sir.
any further comments on this issue? You have what you need for now, maybe?
Sure. We'll come back at some point.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Our next item is a certification update from Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler and Christine Ford from the Professional Conduct Southern Bureau.
Good afternoon. I know you guys are all so used to seeing me now. So this afternoon, we're combining our normal presentations. We're going to start off with providing you some updates on statistics related to certification. So as presented as an idea at the March Commission meeting, we're now moving to this format to present you with the various statistics that I've been just reading out to you guys in prior meetings. So as you can see, also these numbers were pulled May 31st of this year. So they would be a little bit lagged if you were to look on our website now for this information. It is public. So you can see we took into consideration your questions and suggestions. We have it's most visible in the middle column for appointments approved, but there's a little I there. Any member of the public who were to look at this online could hover over that I and get a greater description of what that number is giving them. So for instance, if they hover that I, it would advise that the appointments approved includes lateral peace officers who are moving from one agency to another because they are a new appointment to that agency, as well as brand new peace officers. So this is a summary of the numbers since January 1st of this year. We also took into consideration your request to identify individual officers for separations related to serious misconduct. So you'll see the top number in the red box there is the total number of serious misconduct allegations that were identified on an affidavit of separation when an officer left their job, whether they resigned or retired pending an investigation or they were terminated. And the bottom number, that 99 there, is the number of individual officers that those allegations represent. So you see there's a number of officers who have multiple allegations of serious misconduct related to their separation. And then this next slide is another graphic summary of the actions we've actually taken against peace officers certification since January 1st of this year. Excuse me, the number of immediate temporary suspensions issued is up in the top left. The number of temporary suspensions that have been removed are on the top right, and those numbers take into account different things. So in December, when you voted to approve the revocations of certifications for peace officers. That we didn't actually do those until January, but in order to do that, those that had temporary suspensions, we had to remove those suspensions in order to enforce the revocation. It also includes individuals who had default revocations. They failed to respond to our notice of intent to revoke, and by statute, their certifications were revoked. At the bottom left is the number of voluntary surrenders that we've received so far this year. Christine's going to go into a little more detail and information on those numbers in a bit. And then you'll see again the number of revocations. Those are the ones that you have approved in December, as well as those individuals who defaulted. And then the number 57 on the right are those who we have deemed ineligible to be peace officers since January 1st, 2022. But those are the ones we've evaluated this year so far. I know Commissioner Gordon had to leave, but this is in response to one of her concerns, as well as with Commissioner Brazil, with regard to the affidavits of separation that we were receiving. Did we see any patterns in those affidavits? Was there anything that we weren't capturing in terms of the statistics? So we did have staff review all of the affidavits of separation between January 1st and April 30th of 2024. We received 2,164 of them in that time frame. And so you'll see some of the statistics here. Excuse me, the original form that was released did not have a mechanism to capture details on reasons for separation. We modified that form a year ago. And since that time, we've been trying to encourage agencies to use the new form. As you can see, there's still a number of agencies who are not using the form that has the box 14. And those who are some of them are leaving them blank and some of them are completing that. So we are working on outreach to these agencies to ensure that they are using the current form. We will reach out to the agencies, ask them to submit a correction to record with additional information if necessary. We are putting reminders in our regional newsletters that will be going out at the end of this month, as well as in our quarterly post-SAD newsletter. We are also working with our Computer Services Bureau to update EDI so that the separation process mirrors the appointment process. Currently, an agency can go in and enter a notice of separation, and it's automatically approved and the individual is automatically removed from their roster. We're going to mirror the appointment process where the agency submits it, it comes to post-staff reviews it for accuracy. We're obviously not going to stop somebody from actually separating someone from their agency for their various reasons, but we want to make sure that the information on the form and an EDI match, and that they are actually completing all of the boxes that are required to be completed. If not, we will return it to the agency and ask them to make the corrections before we approve them. And then that will then show up in EDI. We hope to have more accurate numbers and information, especially for agencies who are accepting laterals and they're requesting information on reasons for separation from a prior agency. We really want to be able to provide them with that information. For instance, if somebody was separated during probation because they didn't complete probation, that box 14 would be handy if the agency could complete what the specific reasons were. What did that officer struggle with? What was the reason they didn't complete probation, so that an agency that's considering them has all the necessary information. Is it worth taking the risk to hire this person? If so, can they come up with a plan to help this person succeed based on knowledge of what their weaknesses were and reasons for not completing probation? So we're hoping to get this launched by the end of summer, but no guarantees. So I will have an update for you at our next meeting on the status of that. Before I move on to our 1029 ineligibilities list, are there any questions on any of the information I presented? Okay. So you have these before you. I'm not going to belabor this too much, but this is the list of individuals who have been deemed ineligible to be peace officers based on the exclusions identified in Government Code 1029 for felony convictions since before January 1st, 2022. Again, you'll see delays in these. Some of them, I think on this page, go back as far as 2011. Some of them go back further than that. And that's because we're still working off of the list that's provided to us by the DOJ. And we're working our way through that. There's an analysis process that's done by our Legal Affairs Bureau before we determine the ineligibility. So there's a number of these. And at the commission's request, we did expand the amount of information that's on here. Let me go back to the first page so you can see the headers, to include the date of judgment, the district, the last employing agency, and what the actual convictions were for. I have the list before you, so I'll just go through these one by one. Watching online. And if there are no additional questions, I will hand this off to Christine.
Good afternoon, Chair Long and Commissioners. I will be providing an update on the Professional Conduct Bureau statistics. As you can see, year to date, we've taken in over 26,000 reports of serious misconduct from the agencies. As you can see, this year, we've only taken 4,000, projected to take in 9,000 for the rest of the year. Quite a drop off from 2023, as you can see, 21,000. The bulk of those 21,000 are from retro cases. I do want to advise that in pulling our higher priority cases, which we would deem as at first blush a potential decertification case, 5.3% represents out of that 26,000. So those higher priority cases, the decertified cases, potential decertification cases, really only represent 5% of those reports. We have over 29,000 reported allegations, which are unique to 16,000 law enforcement officers. That number may indicate to you that on any single incident, your officer may have multiple allegations. We are getting an upgrade from Mark 43 in the sense that we asked for an improvement to be able to capture specific closing on each specific allegation that is reported to us. And we've taken over 895 public complaints. Next slide, please. Cases, we've taken over 16,000. You can see how they're rationed out as far as open cases, open with post, open with the agency, and 6,700 closed. Just for those folks online, that QR code does provide the website to our post website, which does give these numbers daily. On the next following slides, I do want to talk a little bit more detail about our closed cases, which was something that the commissioners did ask for. Next slide, please. These are cases where the agency had a sustained finding. Thus far, Post has closed 520 of those cases. As you can see, the bulk of them, 42%, after the investigation from Post, was that they did not meet serious misconduct. Over 32% at that point did not meet clear and convincing, which means that we could not get to that evidentiary standard. And 26% were not actionable or non-action, which basically means that based on the disposition year, the agency came to that finding, we could not take action based on SB2's parameters. Next slide. For the closed cases with sustained findings, 74% were on duty by that subject officer, and 26% were found to be off duty when that allegation and misconduct occurred. Next slide. So closed cases with sustained findings, the agency discipline imposed, as you can see on the majority of all those cases that we did take in with agency sustained findings, all of them had some form of discipline by the agency. The only time you're going to find that there was not under the 115 was the officer resigned in lieu of. So obviously a discipline wasn't imposed at that point. On occasion, we do get questions from Post or from agencies to Post in regards to termination. If an officer is terminated, why would Post not move forward with that case? So we did pull those numbers. We did pull those cases and found that 85% of those cases where the officer was terminated, it was for agency policy violations, which did not meet serious misconduct. Surely it met misconduct by the agency, but not serious misconduct per SB2. Some of those examples that we've talked about in the past were dishonesty, where it would include timesheet fraud, a failure to act, neglect of duty, which again, does not fit within the confines of the SB2 dishonesty definition. Next slide, please. Some of our lower priority cases, we call P3s and P4s. P3s are going to be your not sustained, your unfounded, your exonerated cases by the agency. And P4s are your non-actionable cases where they were basically our retro cases. So this is kind of a breakdown of those cases, and there's closures. Again, 69% were not actionable based on most likely because there are retro cases. Not serious misconduct was at 26%. As you can see, those are the rest. Next slide. As Michelle mentioned, our voluntary surrenders, this slide only reflects 2024. We've had 31 thus far. To give you kind of a comparison, in 2023, we had 10. So the uptick on surrenders this year, it due in part is because Post began to send out notice of investigation letters to the officers in January. Basically, that letter advises them that Post has received that the agency misconduct report and that we now are investigating it. The more important piece of the letter is it gives them information about our process. It gives them information about voluntary surrender. And it also gives them a contact to the consultant on who's working their case in case they have questions. As far as the top allegations for surrenders, it is dishonesty and acts that violate the law. Next slide, please. This is where our current revocation suspension cases are. So thus far, we've sent out 23 notice of intent to revoke letters. 6 have appealed, and the commission has heard all 6 of those cases. 7 have defaulted, 1 has surrendered, and we have 9 pending cases right now within that 30-day time frame for the officer to ask for an appeal. If we're to look at those 23 cases, 14 of those officers were terminated by the agency and 9 had resigned prior to. The misconduct on duty was 14 and off duty were 9. And as you can see by that pie chart, the allegations, the top 2 allegations were dishonesty and acts that violate the law. Be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions?
Ever a
Commissioner
question?
Brazil.
I'm that guy. You probably hate it when I talk. I can't help myself. So on the non-actionable, I think it would help the public if we were able to non-actionable look back. So or the retro, so we can actually identify the ones that we couldn't do anything with because it didn't qualify because it's retro. I mean, we dealt with one yesterday where some of the things that had we looked at it, we would have taken a different action had it not been a retro case. So I think being able to identify retro might help look at we're not doing something. No, we can't do something with it because it's a retroactive case and we can't act on that particular violation. Does that make sense? Did I just make sense or did I just confuse everybody? I'm not Toby, come on.
Case yesterday would not.
There are provisions of the case yesterday
The
that,
charge was, wouldn't have been a retroactive case, right?
well, there are parts of yesterday's case that were retro we weren't able to consider because they're because they're retro. So I just want to identify the ones that are non-actionable and they're non-actionable strictly because they're retro cases and the law doesn't allow us to look at those. So I just want to pull that out if that's okay. Because we keep saying some of those are retro. I mean, non-actionable because they're retro. We just need to call it out. So.
I thought we did have retro non-actionable already listed, but maybe not.
It might be explained that way on the website when they look at the
Right.
data, but we can double check that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just, I was looking at the pie charts to kind of distinguish. It'd be just another piece of the pie.
Questions or concerns, comments? Thank you, Ms. Fadden. Thank you very much. In order to, and in recognition of our claims and so forth, we will move to the voting items now. And if anyone, what's that? No, that's right. And if anyone would like more of a legislative update or has any questions about any pending legislation, I would encourage you. I know Megan Polis would be more than happy to speak with you or to provide any information you may be looking for. But we will pass over that for now and move right to the Finance Committee and get a financial report. Finance Committee Chair Lamont Ewell will provide a committee report.
I will defer to Bureau Chief Smith. And this will cover expenditures primarily.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, Commissioners. We have slides that we're going to go over. These are just some of the expenditures where we're at so far as of May 23rd. So of our total budget of 104 million, we've expensed 62 million so far, with a balance of 42 million. This is both for state penalty fund and general fund. And then for and then this is the general fund and the different appropriations and where we currently stand with those. So of the 56 million, we've expensed 31 million so far. We're looking good for where we're at for this fiscal year. Then this is the contract expenditures. On the contracts, on this, it looks like they haven't expensed that much yet. They have 3 years to send in invoices for any contracts. And I'm sure within, since May 23rd, we've received quite a few invoices because we're closing in on the end of the fiscal year. Is there any questions in regards to expenditures?
Eric, one of the things that I think it's important to take note of and to compliment Ms. Smith and her staff on is that they're all within target of expenditures. And that's always a good thing, with the exception of the 3-year provision that allows people to submit invoices. They have been within target, and that also includes having to give back funds to the state as a result of having vacancies while we're going through the SB authorized. There were some vacancies. I think the executive director have been able to fill about 60%, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. We're at about 60% for the Senate Bill 2 positions, with 60% with permanent staff. We do have a lot of RAs, but 60% full-time staff.
That's allowed them to assist the state with its deficit without injuring the post position. So again, compliments to.
And then one of the other things we discussed at finance, but it's going to be on the agenda as item 7A with an increase to a contract.
Do you have a recommendation on that? Is what we'll get there shortly, but was there?
The recommendation was to support the request.
All right, thank you.
Should note that in discussions with Chair Ewell, we've decided that we'll probably make the Finance Committee going forward will be essentially as a committee of the whole. So it will still meet under the guidance of Chair Ewell, but it will be done during the committee as an agenda item so that everyone can hear these presentations and weigh in here and there. So slight change, but in many ways, nothing will be. Basic Training Bureau. Item 4A, a report on proposed changes to Commission Regs 1001, 1004, 1005, and Commission Procedure Act D13 Field Training. Law Enforcement Consultant Stephen Crawford, Basic Training Bureau, will report. Welcome, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Commissioner Long, Commissioner. My name is Stephen Crawford. I'm a law enforcement consultant in the Basic Training Bureau. And to be respectful of time, I'll be brief, clear, and concise. The field training program is required per regulation 1004 and 1005 for the new commissioners. After someone completes the regular basic course, there is a minimum of 400 hours that they must attend. However, approximately 80% of the state, they do well in excess of that. Actually, they do almost double. the average that we're pretty much starting to track is they're doing about 850 to 900 hours in excess of what they're required to do. What we discovered is the field training program in itself as a whole had not been revamped or looked at academically since 2014. As we all know, there's been a lot of legislative changes, statutory changes. So once we started figuring out what we wanted to do, we realized it wasn't just a linear process. We had to, excuse me, we had to go through the entire process of looking at everything. And that meant all three programs, the basic course, the update course, which is 24 hours, the basic course is 40 hours, and the supervisory course, which is 24 hours. So when we did that, we started looking at the regulations and we started looking at the manual and the guides and the forms and the language, how it was written, the structure. And then we went back and we had to touch base with our stakeholders in the community, in the field. And not only that, we had to update everything that had been implemented in the Basic Academy since 2014. And there'd been quite a few changes. So this becomes somewhat of a thesis project in the sense that we made a lot of changes, but we made a lot of contemporary changes to bring it up to date. And so there was just a lot of language cleanup. I won't bore you with the details. We submitted our packet. There are three things I'd like to mention that I feel probably prevalent to the commission. Number one is we'd like to change the definition of the word trainee. Before it was more of a fiscal definition for reimbursement purposes, but we want to kind of bring it wholehearted to include someone who's in a field training program as well. So to be specific, the current language states that a trainee is an employee of a department who attends a post-certified course. We want to expand that to take it to a trainee is an employee of a department who is either attending a post-certified course or participating in a post-approved field training program, police training program, under the direct and immediate supervision of a qualified training officer. Secondly, we found a pretty significant gap to which there was really no requirement that a supervisor supervise FTOs. When you think about it, the way our structure is set up in most departments, and the way the post has a system of development and putting people through supervisory programs, this is extremely problematic because we have some rather large and robust programs that are in excess of 200-300 people that are not being supervised by supervisors. They're being supervised by subordinates, which creates a problem because inherently there's just inadequate supervision, oversight, and accountability. So we'd like to amend that to at least make the minimum threshold for it to be a supervisor to supervise a field training program. Lastly, number three, another rather large gap we discovered is years ago when this program was created, due to probably staffing issues and so forth in development and also the size of the post programs, which has increased dramatically. For example, as of like yesterday, when we came in, there was approximately 610 or 11 post participating agencies. We have 499 field training programs that were required to monitor, update, and assist. So the number has grown. The language that was put into effect years ago stated that a post field training program was in effect until such point it was modified. Now the problem with that is if they never contact us and we don't have the personnel to contact them, there's no regulatory oversight of what's being done, who makes changes, and no one's really checking. So we would like to condense that. And what we started doing, and it pretty much started back in 2014 when they started tracking the departments, when departments' field training programs were brought up to date, and when we had contact and what the contact was. I can tell you this, as of today, about 60% of the field training programs in the state have been touched, reviewed, or processed since 2016. And we're kind of on a process to become more standardized. And also with standardization means more post-regulatory oversight. So we're proposing an 8-year, if you will, an academic cycle review that states that basically every 8 years that post has to review a field training program of a department. to at least have some type of accountability and to ensure the department is maintaining academic protocols in accordance and congruence with the learning domains of the local academies. Absent that, I can answer any questions you have about the field training program. I know we submitted the packet, and I'll be more than happy to do that this time.
Questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I think your write-up and rationale was very clear.
Thank you.
Noting that, is there a motion to approve the proposed changes described in the staff report to Commission Regs 1001, 1004, 1005, and Commission Procedure Act D13 field training? Is there a second?
Second.
Would you please call the roll, Mr. Knapp?
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun, Brazil, Cooper, Yule,
Yes.
Gordon, Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez, and Woolery.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, correct? All right. Item 4B is a report on proposed changes to Commission Regs. What did I just do? Yeah, 1005, 1007, and 1008. Basic Training Bureau Chief Carrie Holler is already there to present.
Thank you, Chair Long, and thank you, Commissioners. Following the implementation of Senate Bill 2, Post staff felt it was necessary to introduce students attending a basic course to the certification and decertification process and the relationship they'll be entering into with Post. 2 workshops were held with subject matter experts to develop a video that instructors can show and discuss with students. The SMEs felt that it was appropriate for Learning Domain 1, which is leadership, professionalism, and ethics. So the proposed changes to those training and testing specifications would add a learning activity for students to view that video. And in addition, it adds a learning objective to discuss the components of Penal Code Section 13510.8, peace officer certification, peace officer decertification, and serious misconduct. So this would add 1 hour to the following basic courses. For the regular basic course and for the specialized investigators basic course, we were able to pull the hour from the additional instructor and testing hours, so the overall hours will not increase. For Module 3 and the requalification course, it will add an hour to the overall total required hours to that course. At this time, I will answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments? Again, I believe the rationale and write-up were very clear. If there's no concerns or questions, is there a motion to approve the proposed changes to Commission Regs 1005, 1007, and 1008 as described in the staff report?
Woolery, so moved.
Thank you. In discussions with OAL, they would just want to be clear that there's an actual roll call. Since we have established a roll call, is there objection to substituting the previous roll call on this, for this matter? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 4C is a report on proposed changes to Commission Regs 1005, 1007, and 1059. Basic Training Bureau Staff Services Manager Anita Finner
Yes, sir.
will report. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Long, Commissioners. Basic Training Bureau staff identified inconsistencies with both the administration of and equipment utilized for the work sample test battery. The proposed changes in Attachment B will provide the clarity needed to ensure statewide consistency of the Learning Domain LD32 lifetime fitness training and testing requirements. There were no changes to the events within the test, and there were no changes to the equipment specifications previously approved by the Commission in rulemaking process. Can answer any questions at this time.
Questions or comments? Again, these write-ups in this section of the agenda, I think were all very clear and convincing, and if there's no questions, we will look for a motion.
Motion to approve. Barcelona.
to approve the staff proposals. A second?
Brazil.
Brazil. Is there objection to substituting the previous roll call? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Finner. Education Bureau. Must mean Weiler time.
Did you miss me?
We will take 5A and 5B out of order because we didn't know why there were two of them in the first place. And begin with 5B, which is a report on proposed changes to Commission Reg 1210, the voluntary surrender form. Ms. Weiler.
Okay, yes. So, you had previously voted to approve an amendment to the current voluntary surrender form to add the requirement that it be notarized. In finalizing this form prior to sending it to the Office of Administrative Law, we noticed that we had failed to include an intended revision to include the post ID number to help us better identify these specific officers. We have on occasion received a couple of voluntary surrenders from individuals with fairly common names. And we had to do a search in EDI, pull up each individual, then pull their post ID number in MARC 43 to make sure that we were coordinating the voluntary surrender form with the correct officer and not surrendering the certificate of someone who's still planning to actively participate in the profession. So the first item related to 1210 that is before you is a request to be able to amend the form to include a post ID number to make my life easier. Any questions?
Questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve the proposed changes to Commission Reg 1210 as described in the staff report to make Wiley's life easier?
Brazil.
Is there a second?
Nieto.
Is there objection to substituting the previous roll call? Seeing none, motion carries.
And I figure at this point, you guys see me so often, I have to make light of my presence, right?
5B is a report on additional proposed changes to Commission Reg 1210. Voluntary surrender form, an additional witness option. Ms.
Yes,
Wiley
so-
will report.
Once the original revision that you approve goes into effect, we plan to do further revisions. There was some concerns that with the requirement for a notary, if an individual officer were to walk in the doors of post to voluntarily surrender their certification, we might not have a notary available. We do have a notary on staff, but if that individual was going to be off or at lunch, out sick that day and not available, we wanted to provide an alternative option for that officer so they didn't have to come back or they didn't have to go somewhere else to find a notary and return that form or mail it to us. So this is just another option to make this process more accessible to any officer who would desire to voluntarily surrender in person here at post headquarters.
Questions or comments? I think we've all bumped into the where's the notary issue. So it seems a good solution to a common problem. Is there a motion to approve the proposed changes to Commission Reg 1210 as described in the staff report?
Foolery, so moved.
Is there a second?
None.
Is there objection to substituting the previous roll call? Seeing none, the motion passes. Next item, 5C is a report on proposed amendments to Commission Reg 1202, Peace Officer Certificates. Your Chief Weiler will report on this item.
Again, you have all of the specific amendments are before you in the agenda items, so I will just give you some key highlights. We want to clarify language to more accurately reflect our processes for the notices of appointments and subsequent issuances of proofs of eligibility if necessary. We want to be more clear on specifying minimum training requirements for the basic certificates and professional certificates. The eligibility for those specific certificates, including calling out any exemptions as they do not apply to jail deputies until or unless they've completed the regular basic course and completed a probationary period. We also want to highlight that one certification status will remain inactive if they are not employed, even if they complete the requalification course. We've had several questions about that from potential hiring agencies, as well as potential candidates applying to agencies, believing that they were reactivated as soon as they completed the requalification course. And that's not the case. They have to complete the requalification course and be hired and appointed by an agency to reactivate their certificate. So the inactive status for our newest member is not a negative reflection on somebody's certification. It just means that it's currently dormant due to not being currently employed. We also wanted to clarify our existing eligibility requirements for professional certificates as, I'm sorry, I need to slow down. As it relates to work experience, training requirements, and education requirements. We do get a lot of individuals who come to us from the military into the profession, and they provide us with, I can't remember exactly what it's called right now, but they provide us with documentation that they've completed a course of training in the military, but that's not acceptable. It needs to be shown on a college transcript. So branches such as the Air Force that have their own community college, those individuals are fine because they'll reflect on the community college of the Air Force transcripts. Other individuals would need to take their course information to a local community college and have that documented on the college's transcript as a transfer credit, and then we would be able to accept it. So we wanted to be more clear on what is and is not acceptable, as well as the fact that they have to be on official transcripts, not your unofficial transcripts. We have people print stuff out from the internet that is easily acceptable as accessible as a student. That's not acceptable. We've had individuals provide letters from colleges saying that, yes, they've completed their degree requirements. This seems to be the most common lately. They've completed the degree requirements. However, they haven't paid all of their associated dues yet, so their degree is not conferred. And they're trying to tell us, well, we've completed the degree. Can I have my certificate? And the answer is no, because you you have to actually have that degree conferred. So we wanted to clarify that as well. We also wanted to advise that the certification status of an individual certificate is posted on their post profile. Not sure if, I believe I showed you guys last year when we were moving through this process. But if you look at somebody's post profile, there is a status bar in the top right corner. Some individuals may not necessarily be aware that it's there, and it is made available to the public if there's a CPRA request. That is something that is not redacted, it's disclosable. And then we also wanted to correct a reference. It is subsection, it currently reads in subsection B4C 2D2. That's a lot, so bear with me. It currently incorrectly references Commission Regulation 1011A3 Big D, and we wanted to correct that to 1202B4 Big D. That was not in the agendized version of text. We noticed that we provided the wrong version of text after we had published it. So that was what was distributed to you just now by Caitlin, and any members of the public. It is available in the back of the room for anybody who wanted to pick that up and take a look at it. The correct version of text will be published when we open for public comment. And that's it.
Questions on these items from Ms. Weiler? We appreciate the thorough write-ups. This is one in a series of technical items that we're dealing with this afternoon. The thorough write-ups are very much appreciated, and it's good to know you guys continue to pour over all this information. It's helpful to know that we're always looking to improve regs. Is there a motion to adopt the proposed staff changes?
Result moved.
Is there a second? Is there objection to substituting the previous roll call? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 5D is a report on proposed changes to Commission Reg 1201 definitions related to peace officer certification. Bureau Chief Weiler will report on the item.
Yes, so we are proposing to increase the number of definitions under Commission Regulation 1201 specific to peace officer certification actions. These will help the regulated public as well as the general public as we continue to move forward with taking actions against peace officer certifications, the hearing process that will continue to come before you. So we are looking to add the terms accusation, canceled appointment, canceled certificate, conditional certification, default revocation, denied appointment, denied certificate application, revoked, and stipulated settlement. For now.
Questions or comments? Again, we appreciate the meticulousness and attention to detail. Is there a motion to accept the proposed staff report? Is there a second?
Lori, second.
Thank you, sir. Is there objection to substituting the previous roll call? Shouldn't have to be. Seeing none, the motion carries. Move now to training program services, and item 7A is a report on a request to renew the South Bay Regional contract for the post supervisory course. Training Program Services Bureau Chief Brad Newmeyer will report on this item. Welcome. Hello, Mr. Newmeyer.
Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon. So I'm here to propose a contract approval to the commission for the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Center. This presentation of the post-supervisory course. The supervisory course is a post-required course of all those promoted to supervisory positions, either 12 months before or within 12 months of that promotion, appointment, or transfer to that said position. This is cleanup from the previous commission where you actually approved 15 other contractees for presentation of these courses. This is the one that was pulled back by the executive office and asked to work with the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Center to take a deep look at their courses and whittle down as much as we could from the course, which we were successful in doing. The current contract requests 8 presentations, including 200 potential seats for the supervisory course and up to 3 curriculum update workshops for that course. The number 3 for the curriculum updates is proposed. If we need less, we will use less and re-encumber that money for other services, and we'll do that at the beginning of the contract when we start. So the request is for a total of $525,482 with $395,000 and change for the course and $129,000 and change for the proposed 3 curriculum update subject matter expert meetings.
Questions, comments, or concerns for Mr. Newmeyer on this item? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
To approve the request to renew the South Bay Regional Center contract for the supervisory course as described in the state report. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Barcelona.
Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Yule, Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries. I skipped over 6A. I apologize to Mr. Chalk. Because 6A is a report on proposed changes to Commission Regs 1001, 1007, and 1082. My exuberance to get Mr. Yule on his flight. Mr. Chalk, please.
Yes. Well, Chair Long, members of the commission, good afternoon. And I'll cut down it's 50 slides. I'll cut it down in the interest of time. But yes, we're here to finally, the 1070, 1082 instructor update. So, and I'll be brief on these. So just quickly, the project overview. So Regulation 1070 identifies certain critical skill, high risk, high liability topics that require specialized instructor training. And Regulation 1082 identifies minimum course content and minimum hourly requirements for such courses designated in Regulation 1070. These 2 regulations go hand in hand, so to speak. So the issue we have is once an instructor has completed the post-required instructor training course in such high risk, high liability areas, there's no further instructor update training currently required by commission regulation. So in an effort to ensure instructors of specified high risk, high liability courses are maintaining current and relevant training, POST has identified the need for instructors to receive mandatory update training with mandatory minimum course content and on a reoccurring basis. There's a slight delay here, I think. So just a quick background, 1070 and 1082, this update actually was previously approved by the commission on November 30th of 2022. And I do want to recognize Bureau Chief Mike Radford and his team of subject matter experts for the work they did on this project. They developed this initial project, and by the way, it was accomplished during COVID, the COVID restrictions, and that was a tough task. So after commission approval of the project, the package was sent to the Office of Administrative Law for review and other administrative purposes. And during that review time, it became apparent to Post, based upon recent events and other factors that were found necessary to add into 1070 and 1082. Additionally, the removal of the non-primary instructor designation in Regulation 1070 and 1001, which is definitions, needed to be removed as well. Basically, all instructors must complete the required instructor course and/or equivalency in their discipline to instruct. We also modified implementation dates. And to accomplish this, we conducted external and internal stakeholder review and research, and we held our first subject matter expert workshop, which we completed just a few months ago. Anticipated project benefits, just as with the initial project that Mike and his team created, the benefits are many, and I'll just skip down to the bottom line. This proposed regulatory change will increase the effectiveness of law enforcement standards for peace officers in preserving peace, protection of public health and safety, and with the goal of increasing trust and transparency within the community. And these are the proposed instructor update topics. Arrest and control, 8 hours update. Defensive tactics, 8 hours. Driver awareness, 4 hours. Driver training, 8 hours. Firearms, 8 hours. Physical training for the basic academy, 4 hours. And use of force, which was added to Regulation 1070 as its own standalone specialized course. That's 8 hours for the update. This might be hard to read from the screen. So this is the timeline, proposed timeline. Effective January 1, 2025, instructors who complete arrest and control instructor, defensive tactics instructor, driver awareness instructor, driver training instructor, firearms instructor, use of force instructor, physical training instructor, or the equivalency process specified in Commission Regulation 1070C for any of these training courses shall complete an instructor update course that meets the minimum content requirements specified in Commission Regulation 1082D within 4 years of completion of the initial instructor training course or within 4 years of completion of the equivalency process and every 4 years thereafter. And instructors who have completed the required instructor training course or equivalency process for any of the courses requiring an instructor update specified in Commission Regulation 1070A3 prior to January 1, 2025, shall complete an instructor update course by January 1, 2029. The update course shall meet the minimum content requirements specified in Commission Regulation 1082D. And I just want to say, in the interest of time, our subject matter expert selection process was very transparent. Oh, but I want to add one kind of interesting. So the original group of subject matter experts that were used in Mike's project, we intentionally did not want to use the same group. And we found that it's a subject matter expert multiplier. So we had two separate groups essentially looking at the same type of update. And the results were very reassuring that both groups came up with very similar topics. And moving on, we ultimately we sent out applications across the state. We had help with Basic Training Bureau and the Training Delivery Compliance Bureau to get applications out to training managers. And we received 56 applications that were turned in for people who wanted to be a subject matter expert on this project. And out of those 56 applications, we selected 18 subject matter experts, most of which teach multiple critical skill discipline. And we also wanted to make sure that we had a representation from large agencies such as LAPD, CHP, and of course, smaller agencies as well, and up and down Northern California and Southern California. And we also included college-based academies. And our accomplishments, ultimately, we created the proposed 1082, 1070 course content. Now, I do have links to the actual proposed regulatory action, the text, but they've also been provided in the agenda packet. And if the commission would like me to have those, to look at those, we can, or I can just move on. Okay, move forward.
Want to see additional material at this time, or? I think not. I think we're good moving forward, Mr. Chalk.
Yes, sir. We do have one more workshop plan. If this is approved, we would plan to, while this project is sitting through the 45-day Office of Administrative Law waiting period, we would like to bring that same group of subject matter experts back, and we would actually create the minimum course content for these courses in expanded course outlines and have those post-certified. And trust me, as a prior presenter, agencies love that. And we also were able to ensure compliance with the minimum course content by creating the courses ourselves. And of course, agencies can expand upon the course content because I want to remind everyone, this is minimum course content. And then after that, we close out the project. Any questions?
Questions or concerns for Mr. Chalk? Another very thorough and informative write-up. We appreciate it very much, as we have most of these this afternoon. Our pace in no way reflects the importance of these issues. I think it speaks also to the substance of the write-ups and the material that we get in advance. We thank you very much for that. There a motion? What? Oh, I forgot to ask you. Chief Salazar, I think you guys discussed this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did discuss this item and got some feedback from the group, but generally the advisory committee supported this issue. Just had a number of questions with regards to process and timing, but we're supportive of the training and the importance of the update for these specialized courses.
Motion to accept the recommendations contained in the staff report.
Motion, Moon.
Second. Now please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Brazil, Yule,
Yes.
Long, Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you.
We move now to Peace Officer Standards and Accountability Division. Item 8A, a report on draft disciplinary guidelines. Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munayo will provide a report on this item.
Good afternoon, Chairman Long, members of the commission. We've talked about the disciplinary guidelines at the last probably 3 meetings in terms of needing to adopt something that will help guide ALJs, administrative law judges, when reviewing cases of serious misconduct and proposing some level of discipline. What's before you is a draft document for really further development. It's not for consideration today. We're hoping with the permission of the chair and the commission, you will form a subcommittee that can work with staff. We can fill in some of the blanks on minimum, maximum penalties and rationale behind when we would perhaps mitigate something from a revocation. So that's what's up for consideration. I think the overview and the agenda item explains the reason for disciplinary guidelines. Open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Del Munayo. The write-up indeed is detailed. All the guidelines, the proposed guidelines are all but finished, or could be, if you wanted to read them that way. There are some deletions and some blanks and so forth that can be filled in. I think in discussions, probably may want to keep this work group to a 2-person thing to keep it. We don't need to go through the Brown Act. Essentially, just to work with the staff here to have these proposed changes in even better shape for the next committee hearing. And So what we'll do, if it's okay with everyone, since Rick has stepped out, we'll put him in charge of it. And Kelly Gordon left.
Second.
And Kelly Gordon left, so she's the other one.
So
All right. So is there a motion to establish that temporary subcommittee and put those two on it, make those two on it? They will review and finalize a draft along with staff of disciplinary guidelines that will ultimately be brought back to the full commission for review, discussion, and a vote. Is there a motion? And they have both agreed to do this, by the way.
Motion, man.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll, Mr. Knapp.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Brazil. Yule,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
and Woolry.
yes.
Thank you. 6-0.
6-0. Next item is a report on peace officer revocations based on disqualifying felony convictions. Ms. Weiler will report on this item.
I'm back for the last time today. Yes, so before you and is the list of individual officers, peace officers that we intend to revoke their certifications due to a felony conviction identified in Government Code 1029 as disqualifying for eligibility to be a peace officer. Again, this list is similar to the list that you saw earlier for those that we've already disqualified for prior convictions. It includes the officer's name, their last employing agency, the district, the date of the conviction or judgment, as well as the convictions for these individual officers. I don't know if you want me to read these names off or you want to just review.
Probably
the
assures me we don't really need to read the names.
No,
It's there on the record. So 2, 4, 6, there's sufficient number. Is there a motion to approve the 16 listed revocations based on disqualifying felony convictions as described in the staff report?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Woolry, second.
Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Brazil. Yule,
Yes.
Long, Moon, Nieto,
Yes.
and Woolry.
Yes.
Motion carries for the revocation of those officers 6-0. Next item is a report on a proposed modification to the post-commission policy manual regarding voting by mail on administrative disciplinary matters. Chief Counsel William Darden will report on this item.
All right, well, as the last report of the day, I think it'll take about 2.5 hours. No, we'll do
Need
it.
to
quickly.
slow down, please.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for reminding me of that. At a previous meeting of the commission, we discussed having a procedure which is authorized in the Administrative Procedure Act for voting on ALJ decisions without the need to come in for a meeting. As a reminder, we have sort of a tight timetable under the APA. We have 100 days after the delivery of the proposed decision to us to take action, or we lose jurisdiction and the decision is deemed adopted. This may not be a problem depending on volume, but we want to have this procedure in place so we can avoid any defaults and move these cases through expeditiously. The commission indicated at the last meeting that it was amenable to this procedure, but that it wanted to limit it to those cases where the ALJ had adopted the commission's recommendation regarding discipline. So that this procedure would apply in those cases. However, it could be noted that although the ALJ may have decided to revoke and the commission wanted to revoke, that the commissioners would still be able to review it. And if they had a problem with the reasoning or had some other problem with it, then obviously the commission could still take action. But this procedure will not apply unless, as an initial matter, the ALJ did adopt the penalty that was recommended by the commission. So we have proposed language. We're including it in the commission procedure. have any questions, I'm happy to address them, but the procedure basically permits a by mail vote. It would be either to adopt, to reject it, or to hold. Adoption would make the order effective. Non-adoption would mean that the staff would order transcripts and exhibits from OAL, and we would set the date for written argument by the parties. And that would be an argument regarding review of the record before the ALJ. And after that date, the commission could either decide to adopt or write its own decision or remand to the ALJ with instructions on something else to be done, other evidence or items to be considered, or the taking of additional evidence. Again, all that has to be done within 100 days. Hold means that the commissioner is requesting that the case instead be discussed in closed session before a vote. And under this policy, if 2 or more commissioners ask to hold, we would schedule the case for discussion at the next closed session. So if the commission approves, the action would be a motion to adopt the modification to the policy manual. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions about this process? There's then a motion to adopt the modification to the post-commission policy manual regarding voting by mail on administrative disciplinary matters as described in the staff report. Is there a second? Ms. Knapp, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
and Wolverine.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Next item up is committee reports. Advisory Committee Chair, Police Chief Jason Salazar will report on the advisory committee meeting held yesterday.
Thank you, Chair Long. I'll keep it brief, but the advisory committee yesterday did receive a number of the reports that the commission heard today and provided feedback. There's a great deal of support for the professional staff training item. From the committee member reports, I will mention one from CADA, looking at the modern policing degree issue, and obviously there's still some legislative work that needs to be done to resolve some issues with AB 89. But Tammy Morello, representing CADA, did raise a companion problem related to a federal government change that FAFSA would make post-RBCs no longer qualify for student aid and not congruent with MPD requirements. That is another concern to look at with AB 89. And then finally, we did elect a new vice chair for the committee, Lieutenant Brent Stalker from Fresno SO, representing the California Police Training Management Association. Thank you, Chair.
Questions for Mr. Salazar? Hearing none. We are now on future commission dates, I believe. No, excuse me. I skipped a page. Of course, following correspondence was sent from Post to David E. Kenny, the Classified Human Resources Manager of the Montebello Unified School District. That's it. No. New business. Post Executive Director Performance Review. Commission policy requires a performance review be conducted at least every 2 years. The last review was conducted on September 21, 2023. To conduct the review, we must select a panel of commissioners, and commission policy states it's the chair, the vice chair, and 2 members at large to conduct the review. The proposal today is to conduct a performance review at our next meeting, September 12th, 2024. So members at large, we can accept volunteers here, or we can assign it to people who are gone. Last time it was the chair and the vice chair, me and Rick Brazil, and Commissioners Barcelona and Ron. Any question or comments, or anyone would like to volunteer? Commissioner Ewell, great. Everybody's looking down except for Commissioner Barcelona, so we'll go with Commissioner Barcelona and Commissioner Ewell. We will do that then at our next meeting in September. All right. So may I get a motion to create an executive director performance review panel comprising the chair, the vice chair, and Commissioners Ewell and Barcelona to conduct a performance review on September 12th, 2024.
Motion Moon.
Second, all right, thank you. Is there objection to adopting the previous roll call? Seeing none, motion carries. Upcoming commission meetings will be held September 12th somewhere in the greater Los Angeles area, right? We have a location.
Yes, the meeting will be in Pasadena on September 12th. And if I also may add, that is a meeting where there is no advisory committee for that meeting. And also the question as to whether we will have more than one day. In other words, with other decertification or certification hearings, we do not know at this point. There's a chance that we will not have any certification actions for the September meeting, but we will let you know. The board obviously has to meet first, and they're scheduled to meet in July. We just don't know if we're going to have any appeals. So please stand by. But for right now, it's one day in Pasadena. Yes, sir.
Excellent.
So finance committee meeting, is that when we will fold them together or is there?
I believe we'll fold them together. We never had the meeting in September, but we'll have a budget. So that will be, a good time to talk about the new budget. Yes.
Start with the committee whole process for the finance committee in September 12th. The following meeting will be November 2021 at Post World headquarters here in West Sacramento. We now move to closed session. We will also, Mr. Neplis, keep the roll open for Mr. Brazil to vote if he wants to vote on the revocations. We now move to closed session. Unfortunately, I have to ask everyone to get up and exit the room. We're back. Are we back? Back in regular session.
And in closed session, we discussed litigation matters.
Thank you, Mr. Darden. Commissioners, is there anything else? Again, for all the staff out there. That's Mr. Newmeyer representing all the staff. Thank you for all the thorough, detailed, and really informative work. Again, our pace did not reflect the depth and the necessity of your work, but it does honor your goals. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Nieto.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Manny, please thank your staff. I had a bit of a head cold and they brought me tea the last couple days, so.
I saw that. I was thinking, what do you know?
So that was
They
actually
kept
some-
bringing in this
Oh,
special
thank